No overpaying, no overcommitting. Just tournaments so crazy, they'd be crazy to miss. Visit sling.com to learn more. Sling lets you do that.
Minutes from my mark in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, mark. That was your 15-minute time check, stations. Attention, stations on the network. Our broadcast will begin in 10 minutes from my mark. In 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, mark. That was your 10-minute time check, stations. Attention, stations on the network. Our broadcast will begin in 5 minutes from my mark. In 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, mark. That was your 5-minute time check, stations. Attention, stations on the network. Our broadcast will begin in 2 minutes from my mark. In 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, mark. That was your 2-minute time check, stations. Attention, stations on the network. Our broadcast will begin in 1 minute from my mark. In 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, mark. That was your 1-minute time check, stations.
on the Hawkeye Sports Network from Learfield. This is Hawkeye Baseball. Iowa Hawkeye Baseball is brought to you by Bud Light, proud sponsor of Hawkeye Athletics. Easy to drink, easy to enjoy. Hy-Vee, where there's a helpful smile in every aisle. Iowa Corn. You might think Iowa just grows corn, but the truth is, corn grows Iowa. Brought to you by Iowa's corn farmers of the Iowa Corn Growers Association and the Iowa Corn Promotion Board. Also brought to you by Oak Knoll Retirement Community and by University of Iowa Healthcare. Changing medicine, changing lives. Hawkeye Baseball is on the air.
From the campus of the University of Iowa, it's baseball time in Iowa City. Live from Dwayne Banks Field, Iowa baseball welcomes its rival to the north, the Minnesota Golden Gophers, for the first of three today. Good afternoon and welcome to the broadcast booth at Banks alongside my fine color analyst John Evans. I'm John Leo. Back at Banks this weekend after a midweek win at Bradley on Tuesday as Iowa welcomes Minnesota to Iowa City. The Gophers are 17-11, 2-7 in the league. Minnesota has lost series on the road to Illinois and Indiana, and the Gophers were swept last weekend at home by Ohio State. But I'm not sure that that's an indicator of what type of Minnesota team this is, however, as the Gophers started 14-3 this year. Iowa enters at 16-11, 3-6 in the Big Ten. A tough start to conference play with two road series, one that Iowa won at Penn State, the other that the Hawkeyes lost at Michigan State. And then the Big Ten home opening weekend for Iowa was a treat. It was the top-ranked team UCLA coming to town, and unfortunately the Bruins swept the Hawkeyes last weekend. A bitter border battle kicks off today. It's the Gophers and the Hawkeyes. It's Minnesota and Iowa live from Banks with first pitch coming up in 30 minutes. Iowa beat Bradley 21-8 on Tuesday. Coach Heller earned win number 400 as Iowa's skipper. Let's relive the highlights. First pitch to Cooper is hit on the ground, right side, takes a funny hop on the first baseman and gets by him. Risley scores. Here comes Geffrey. He'll touch home. And we'll see how it's scored, but Schulte hits one to right and brings home 2 runs. It is 4-0 Hawkeyes. And the next pitch, Risley hits high to left field. Left fielder going back. Get going, baby. It is gone. Risley with a 2-run shot to left field. He gives Iowa the lead right back. It's 7-5. Head on a swivel as he comes home, the 3-2. Caleb sends a fister back up the middle. This will be a tough play. Second baseman charging hard. Lehrman picks it up. He's got no play. 2 runs are going to score as Ziegler comes home. He just never stopped. Frost scored in front of him, and Ziegler was at second. He rounded third, just came home and scored. Swings at the first pitch, hits it well to left center. Outfielders are on the run. It is off the top of the wall. Olivo coasting into second with a 1-out double. And now the umpire has called it a home run. It hit the top of the wall, off the yellow part of the wall, and Olivo has a home run for the Hawkeyes. Solo shot for Kyle, his first of his collegiate career. Smacked it to left center field. It got out of here, and it's 13-5. Ball and a strike on Martinez. Big lead at first base. And the pitch from Rundy is chopped to short. Schulte's going to have to hurry. He flips to second. The force is there. Throw to first is in time. 6-4-3. A quick turn by the middle infield of the Hawkeyes. Schulte and Mitchell, what kind of duo are they? In the corner, prevented it from getting out. Here's Carter Geffrey shooting one into right. Right fielder coming forward. He dives, cannot make the play, and it gets by him. Ziegler scores. Risley touches home. Geffrey is into second. Back-to-back doubles for the Hawkeyes, and it's now 15-5 in the fourth. Count even at 1. Next pitch to Narrett. He hits into the right center field gap. That is down for a base hit. It'll get all the way to the wall. Geffrey scores easily. Narrett hustling around second. On his way to third, he is there with a stand-up triple as Narrett clobbered that into the right center gap. Scoring Geffrey from second. And Iowa's lead is 11 at 16-5. Third triple of the year for Joey Narrett. Valpo at Washington. Here's a ground ball to short. Schulte's got it. He scoops it to second for one. Over to first. There's the double play. Another one by this Hawkeye middle infield. 6-4-3. Schulte starts it. Mitchell gets it over to Wolf. And the Braves are held off the scoreboard. We're through 4 in Peoria. 2 singles and a triple. And he gets under this one, deep to center. Back goes Garcia. He's running at the track, and it bounces off the base of the wall. Narrett's digging for another triple. Here comes the throw. Joey is safe at third. Husak leaning forward, dangling his right arm with ball in hand. He likes the sign that he gets. He comes set with the 0-2. Here it comes. A slow dribbler in front of the plate. Delgado picks it up, throws to first in time, and that'll do it. 21-8, the Hawkeyes beat the Braves this afternoon. And for Coach Heller, win number 400 for his career at Iowa. Congratulations to Coach Heller, win number 400 as Iowa beats Bradley today, 21-8 in 7 innings. And it was a get-right game for the Hawkeyes as Iowa beat Bradley in the midweek, coming off the series loss to UCLA the weekend before. And now we're getting set for another home weekend, this time against the Minnesota Golden Gophers. We'll get you the pitching matchup and a little bit more of a preview of this one when we come back on the Hawkeye Radio Network from Learfield.
At MidAmerican Energy, our 1.6 million customers depend on our energy 24/7. That's why we work 24/7 to deliver the safe, reliable energy you need. To keep our 99.9% reliability record, we're enhancing our technology, improving resiliency, and investing in critical infrastructure. We're generating power from all available resources to cover any increases in demand. And we're innovating to ensure you always have the energy you need. MidAmerican Energy, obsessively, relentlessly at your service.
Hello, Iowa. Here's a promise. Wherever you are in this great state, University of Iowa Healthcare is here for you, even if you never walk through our doors. Educating, caring, leading research, sharing our expertise with all. Because we believe that UI Healthcare is here to make all of Iowa better. UI Healthcare, changing medicine, changing lives. Visit uihealthcare.org.
Here come the Hawkeyes.
And a Stockie racing to the basket, layup good.
Iowa Athletics is gearing up for another amazing season filled with exciting matchups and electrifying plays.
Working hard into the corner. Koch hits a three.
Get your game face ready and come on out to cheer the Hawkeyes on all season long. Visit HawkeyeSports.com to find tickets, schedules, game times, and more. On Iowa, go Hawks.
Touchdown! Touchdown, Iowa!
You asked for all the extreme internet performance at an all-in price, and we listened. Get 1 gig internet with a 2-year price lock and everything included. Unlimited data for non-stop streaming, powerful Wi-Fi for enhanced coverage, built-in online threat protection, and internet equipment. All for just $65 a month for 2 years. It's the extreme 1 gig internet deal you asked for. Call 844-4FASTER or visit extreme.com for details. Offer available to new customers only. Price doesn't include one-time charges, tax, and government fees.
John Evans and John Leo from the broadcast booth at Duane Banks Field in Iowa City. The Golden Gophers taking some infield down below us as we prepare for the series opener between Minnesota and Iowa. The Golden Gophers hold the series lead 187-132, which you'd expect. These teams, you wouldn't maybe expect that Minnesota has the series lead, but you'd expect a lot of games played between these two programs, considering that the first meeting was all the way back in 1892. These teams have been playing since the 1800s. The Gophers won that game 9-3 back in 1892. I wonder what that looked like. Last year, Iowa went up to Minneapolis and swept the Golden Gophers 16-7, and then in a doubleheader beat Minnesota 13-0 and 7-6. And the last game was a thriller. Iowa had a pretty decent lead going into the last inning, and Tyler Guerin came in to shut things down to win that game and to sweep the Golden Gophers in Minneapolis. Last time we were here in Iowa City against Minnesota, the Gophers won the opener 16-9. Iowa bounced back then with a 14-6 and a 10-4 victory to win the series over Minnesota. Coach Heller, pretty successful against the Golden Gophers, 22-10 all-time against Minnesota as Iowa's head coach. In particular, the past 5 years, Coach Heller is 13-2 against Minnesota. The Gophers are 17-11, 2-7 in the Big Ten. They're 3-5 on the road under the direction of head coach Ty McDevitt in his second season. Minnesota started the year 14-3, played quite a few home games as well at US Bank Stadium before getting into Big Ten play, where they went 1-2 at Illinois and Indiana and were swept most recently at home by Ohio State. Cole Selvig will be the starting pitcher for Minnesota today, right-handed junior with a 4.46 ERA, a 3-1 record in 34 and third innings pitched. He's struck out 72 batters and walked only 15. He's much improved from a season ago when Iowa saw him in Minneapolis and the Hawkeyes roughed him up. He lasted 2 innings and he gave up 5 runs on 6 hits. Had no strikeouts and he walked 3. So Iowa has seen Selvig before, but as we'll hear and as we'll note, he's much improved this season, returning as the Friday night starter for Minnesota. Jaron Bleeker goes on the mound for Iowa, right-handed sophomore, making yet another start in this Friday spot for the Hawks. A 4.94 ERA, 3-3 on the season, 31 innings pitched for Jaron. He's allowed 33 hits, 17 runs. He struck out 26 and walked 10. He did all right against UCLA last weekend. He made it through 4 innings. Eventually the Bruins got to him the second time through in that 4th inning, but he went on a streak where he struck out 5 Bruins in a row, and Jaron looked sharp and gave the Hawks a chance before turning to Maddox Freeze on Friday, a game that Iowa ultimately lost 5-2. But Bleeker versus Selvig today, that's the pitching matchup as Iowa and Minnesota will get the weekend started in just about 20 minutes. All right, we'll take a break. When we come back, we'll hear from head coach of the Hawkeyes, Rick Heller, as our pregame coverage continues on the Hawkeye Radio Network from Learfield.
Our mission at Oak Knoll is to provide exceptional retirement living and health services through life care. I'm Steve Rowe, CEO. We are a not-for-profit life plan community and have served the Iowa City area for 58 years. Oak Knoll is located near the University of Iowa hospitals and clinics, Kinnick Stadium, Carver Hawkeye Arena, Hancher Auditorium, and downtown Iowa City. Visit our website at oakknoll.com to learn more. We are a proud sponsor of Hawkeye Athletics. Go Hawks!
Hawkeye Nation, here's something big. U.S. Cellular is now part of T-Mobile. That means Iowa fans are now on America's largest 5G network, bringing even more strength and coverage to every game day and every day. As the official wireless partner of the Iowa Hawkeyes, we're proud to power every call, every post, every celebration. U.S. Cellular and T-Mobile, better together.
The silly moments, the proud moments, even the hard moments. They're what make life remarkable. And they're why Wellmark Blue Cross and Blue Shield is here for every moment. Committed to making healthcare better, more affordable, with more choices for care. And service and coverage that give you peace of mind no matter what comes your way. So you can show up for every tender moment, every brave moment, and every wouldn't miss it for the world moment, knowing that Blue is here for you. Go to wellmark.com/every moment to find a plan right for you.
Want all the benefits of a new Honda for a fraction of the price? It's not a dream. It's a dream deal. Get 0.99% APR financing on certified pre-owned Honda Civics, HRVs, CRVs, and Passports. Backed by Honda's 7-year, 100,000-mile warranty. Every certified pre-owned Honda goes through a 182-point inspection and is reconditioned like new. To get 0.99% financing on certified pre-owned Hondas, search your local Honda dealer today. See dealer for financing details for well-qualified buyers. Offer ends 4/30/26.
Welcome back to pregame coverage of Iowa Hawkeye baseball, the series opener against the Minnesota Golden Gophers this afternoon. We're joined by head coach of the Hawkeyes, Rick Heller. Coach, a midweek win over Bradley and your 400th at Iowa. Congratulations.
Yeah, thank you very much. And it was really kind of just what the doctor ordered for the offense anyway, to get out there and score some runs. And we had production up and down the lineup, and some really good at-bats up and down the lineup. And the defense was solid. Pitching was a little shaky at times, which was not what we had hoped. But there were some guys that did shore some things up and showed some positives. But they weren't. Their pitching isn't very good this year, and it is what it is. But I think just a feel-good game maybe is what we needed after the UCLA series, and now we you hate to put any more emphasis on one or the other, and we don't. But in the big picture, we're sitting at 3-6, and they're at 2-7. And if you want to make a run at the conference tournament, whoever comes out of this series is going to be in a better place than the other one by a large margin. So we need to, we just need to play our best, and we didn't play our best last weekend on the mound. And offensively, I didn't think we were our best either. Better than maybe what the scores showed, but I guess we'll see. It's going to be a tough battle because this is the best Minnesota team we've faced in a long time. They've won 17 games and they beat some really good teams first 4 weeks of the season. But just like I told you many times, when you have to travel, like both of us have to travel early, you kind of hit the wall at some point. I mean, I've done it 39 years, and every team, good, bad, best teams, worst teams, you hit the wall sometime with that travel. And unfortunately for both of us, it was, when conference started, and we had to travel so dang much the first 2 weeks. And, now we're kind of coming back from it a little bit, and I think they are too. And their offense had been clicking kind of like ours. And then boom, it just hit the wall and stopped getting the key hit, and stopped scoring the guy from third with less than 2 outs, and the things that cost you close games. And that's kind of where they've been. But experienced guys, older guys, the guy we're going to face today was their Friday night guy last year, which is always a great thing when you've got a returning Friday night starter, and his stuff is better, he's better. We're going to see 92 to 95 with a really good slider, really good cutter, and changeup he can throw for a strike. I mean, he's a Friday night, he's a dude. And if you look at their pitching numbers, all told, ERA is about 4. All the guys that pitch for them have really good numbers. Lots of strikeouts, low walks, low hits against, low batting average. They don't have a lot of wild pitches or hit by pitches. I mean, just what you'd expect from an older, experienced pitching staff that have been out there a lot. And that's what we're going to see. We're going to have to match it in all areas, and then probably catch a break and get the right hit at the right time.
Starting with Minnesota's offense, Coach, is it hard to scout them, or are there a lot more variables considering that they play a few games indoors at US Bank Stadium? Do you think those numbers are any different than what they might be if they're playing outside all the time like we are?
No, I mean maybe a little, but not much. I mean, it's the numbers putting up are really good numbers. I mean, they're key guys. They're not as balanced 1 through 9, I guess is the best way to say it, as our team, in my opinion. But they have enough front end guys that get it done for them. They got a bunch of home runs. They got one guy with 9. They got 6. They got some power. They got some. And the big thing is, you just got to keep them off base. If you look at their stats, they have a lot of guys. Even if they're hitting at a low average, they have high on base percentage. They maximize their free bases, and then they steal. I mean, they've stolen 66 bases at this point in the season, which is, they're on pace to steal 110, 120 bases. That's a lot in today's world. I think we do a really good job of varying our holds and getting to the plate quick to make it more difficult to steal. But I always tell you that, for me, when we play teams like this, the best thing is just keep them off base.
Don't let them get there. Yeah, that's right.
You can't steal first base. So
That's right. Number 1 in the Big Ten, and we're right behind them, but we're down about 15 stolen bases compared to them, but we're number 2. So this will be maybe a speed series this weekend.
I think, with us, it surprises me a little that we've been able to have that many. Now, we've had some games where we just ran people out. And to me, the stopwatch tells you what you're going to do. I mean, it's not like we're just running to run. We only run when I know we're going to be safe.
Yeah.
Does that make sense? Yeah. I mean, it's a math equation. If the pitcher is 1.5 to the plate and the catcher's 2.0, that's 3.5. We have all the times on our runners. If I know that Jalen Ziegler can run 3.2 on a normal jump and a normal lead, then
good math.
You just go. I mean, he's got to really screw up. He's got to get a terrible jump or something freaky has to happen. But I don't ever run just to run. Sometimes I do with a full count to stay out of a double play or something like that. Or, a lot of our thrown out are actually hitting runs that went haywire or, ball in the dirt that you got caught.
Yeah, we've seen some of those where the pitch was so bad that it worked out in their favor, And
and that happens sometimes like that. But I don't think we've been thrown out more than 2 or 3 times where we're actually straight stealing. I mean, all the other that you see on the stats are, run and hit and run, stuff that just backfired.
Mm-hmm. Jaron Bleeker starting the mound for you today, Coach. The stable piece of the rotation right now.
Yeah, and we need him to be really consistent today. He doesn't have to be perfect, but he needs to give us a really good start. And ideally he can get us to the 5th inning and not give up any runs would be what the goal would be. And he's been doing a nice job. I mean, he had tough lineup to face last week against UCLA, and I thought the biggest thing is I thought he handled it with his mound presence and his confidence. I thought he handled that part of it really well, and I'm hoping that plays even more today after that series where he goes out and is just really confident. And if he can locate with all his pitches like he does on his good days, I mean, he gives everybody trouble, and he punched out a lot of UCLA guys. He just gave up damage. And today it's a windy day, not crazy windy, but windy enough that it's pretty chilly, and it's not blowing in, or excuse me, it's not blowing out. It'll help the ball from the scoreboard in left field to the foul poles, kind of an east-southeast, just a real slight southeast tint to it. But the balls to right field aren't going anywhere this day, and then that'll flip tomorrow and go about 40 the other way. So
tomorrow doesn't look very good.
40 from left field to right field. But anyway, that's the day.
You've listed a couple of keys already, Coach. What do you think the biggest advantage your team has over Minnesota this weekend that you're going to be looking at?
I mean, I think our position players are maybe in a little better place. I'm hopeful that we can do more damage at the bottom end of our lineup than theirs can. I think we're better than them defensively a little bit, but I think they're better than us on the mound, and that's good pitching neutralizes good hitting sometimes, and our hitters are going to have to be really dialed in, and then our pitchers can't give up the free bases that we've given up the last 4 games.
Rivalry play a factor in this one? What's, in your experience, Iowa versus Minnesota, what's that been like?
I mean, we've had a good run at them. I don't know what the numbers are, but our success rate has been pretty high.
Yeah.
And whether that it's game to game, year to year, but they're usually dogfights. There was a few years there when they were down that we beat them up pretty good, but that was kind of the COVID thing and how they handled it up there and put them in a bad spot for a couple of years, put John in a bad spot. But they're coming back out of that. And like I said, this is Ty's best team and the most experienced, talented Gopher team we've played since COVID, really. And prior to that, I mean, they hosted a regional in 19, and
they're a machine.
Yeah, I mean, and heads up. Sorry about that. Almost got their third baseman in batting practice. Just about killed our cameraman.
Oh boy.
So, but no, it definitely figures in, because if you think about it, we've got several of our players that are from Minnesota, and it's always it's not like a Yankees Red Sox, but but it's definitely a rivalry.
Yeah. Coach, I can't let you get away without talking about win number 400 for you here at Iowa in your 13 years. Just your thoughts on that, if you had any time to reflect on that.
Well, I mean, a little bit, I didn't know it was coming. I guess when they said congratulations, I didn't know what the hell they were talking about. So, but,
do you want us to tell you? Do you want us to let you know we've had it circled for a little bit, or you'd rather not know about it? There's another milestone coming up, Coach, in a few games.
Yeah, I'd seen that.
Okay.
Sam had kind of showed me that. Okay. But the 400 one, I was kind of oblivious, and then we're losing 3 games in a row. I mean, you're not even thinking about stuff like that. But no, it just shows you that what for me it makes me think about it always makes you think about the beginning in year one and all the things we had to do and the hard work and the guys who bought in and the guys, the players who are responsible for changing the culture of this program and the guys who listened and believed and kind of set the tone for what we have now. And to me, I don't really think about the number as much as it's just a good time to reflect on showing gratitude to those who helped make it happen, assistant coaches, and really the players.
February 15th, 2014 at Austin Peay. Do you remember that one, I'm guessing?
I do. It was so cold that when we went out for BP, they have a grass field, that the guy's spikes did not go into the dirt. It was still frozen. It was still frozen, and guys, the spikes were on top of the dirt.
Oh, boy.
And warmed up enough that we played, and we won. And if I remember right, Blake Hickman hit 2 home runs. But, yeah.
Good deal, Coach. You've done it the right way for the whole time you've been here. Congratulations on that.
Thanks. Another tidbit that's crazy is that Austin Peay, their coach was a guy named Gary McClure. And Gary McClure is from Van Buren, Keosauqua, which is 15 miles from my house where I grew up in Eldon.
Perfect start for you then.
We played against each other from the time we were 11, 12 years old in Little League, and then in high school, in all sports, we competed against each other, and then our first weekend was against Gary, 2 guys from Southeast Iowa.
That's a heck of a story. I wouldn't expect it any other way with you, Coach. Good luck against the Gophers today.
Thanks, John.
Head coach of the Hawkeyes, Rick Heller, on our pregame show from Duane Banks Field in Iowa City. The series opener in this border battle between Minnesota and Iowa. We'll get started in a few minutes when we come back on the Hawkeye Radio Network from Learfield.
Despite the unshakable Iowa-Corn Cy-Hawk rivalry, there is one thing Iowa State and University of Iowa fans can both agree on: getting hyped for Unleaded 88. It's cleaner burning and better for your engine, and it's cheaper than other fuel options, making Unleaded 88 the clear fuel choice. If Iowa Corn Cy-Hawk rivals can agree on it, you know it's worth the hype. So pump it up with Unleaded 88, grown by Iowa corn farmers.
If you love great Hawkeye stories, don't miss the Fight for Iowa podcast with Gary Dolphin. Each week, Dolph brings you in-depth conversations with the athletes, coaches, and community members who define the Hawkeye spirit. From big moments to personal journeys, it's the stories that make Iowa special. Catch new episodes every week. Search Fight for Iowa wherever you get your podcasts.
Welcome back to Duane Banks Field in Iowa City. John Evans and John Leo with you this Friday afternoon. Moved the game up today to a 1 o'clock start to avoid some storms, and we just had a little quick burst of rain come down. Had to bring all of our equipment in a little bit so it didn't get wet. So a little bit of rain before the game, and hopefully no more of it until after the game. John Evans?
Yes, that was somewhat unexpected, but at least it didn't have any of the heavy stuff along with it that they're talking about later. So, it's as you watch the forecast this weekend, just trying to figure out how to get 3 games in was going to be entertaining. And heck, that seems to be the case. The years we've played up in Minnesota, we've had all kinds of adventure getting games in. So this fits right in as warm and friendly hosts then.
Yeah, double headers all the time. When we've gone up to Minnesota the past few times we've been up there. Are we ever going to get baseball weather? We were talking with Kyle before the game. The really nice days in Iowa City have been on Mondays. That's our off day when we can't play games on Mondays. Are we ever going to get baseball weather around here?
Yeah, I was talking to Gable Mitchell. He was able to play golf last Monday, and then immediately fell off the table after that. So here we are.
Iowa and Minnesota this weekend. The Hawkeyes 3-6 in the league. Minnesota 2-7. This is a big one this entire weekend.
Have to. I mean, it's not one that you're going to all of a sudden vault into the title race, but you can play yourself out of the make it really difficult to fight your way back into the top 12, and particularly when you look at Iowa's schedule coming up, there aren't any gimmies on the schedule, so you got to get it done.
Starting lineups are being announced now. Let's pause 10 seconds for station identification. 10-second station ID. This is Iowa Hawkeye Baseball. All right, we'll take our final break of pregame, and we'll be back after this with starting lineups and first pitch of Iowa and Minnesota. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
You power your day with passion and purpose. It's the same for Alliant Energy. We're modernizing the grid, blending new, renewable, and traditional energy sources to meet growing demand safely and reliably. We're rising to the challenge to meet your energy needs today and for generations to come. Visit AlliantEnergy.com/poweringbeyond to learn more.
You're a Hawkeye. You named your dog Kinnick and your cat Herky. Your morning alarm is back in black. Yep, you're a Hawkeye. And now it pays to be a Hawkeye with a Hawkeye account from Community Choice Credit Union. Low fees and great perks, plus Iowa exclusives like your choice of a Hawkeye-powered Visa debit card, Iowa merchandise, and exclusive giveaways. You've spent more time at Finkbine than you have at your office, so we know you're a Hawkeye. Now make it pay with a Hawkeye account from Community Choice. Learn more at HawkeyeAccount.com.
Time for today's starting lineups. Minnesota, the visiting team. The Gophers will bat first as the Hawkeyes get set to take the field. As we prepare for first pitch, Minnesota 17-11, 2-7 in the Big Ten. The Gophers are 3-5 on the road. As a team, Minnesota bats .273, slugging .466 with an on-base percentage of .405. They're number one in the Big Ten in stolen bases. They've got 66 of them. And so the Gophers like to run wild when they get on the bases. As you heard from Coach Heller earlier, well, there's one way to get around that. Don't let them get on base. And that's what Iowa's pitching staff and defense will attempt to do today and this weekend. Jack Spanier will lead things off and play shortstop for Minnesota. Easton Richter is the center fielder batting second. Weber Niels, man, it feels like he's been there forever. He's the catcher batting third. Davis Hamilton is at third base in the cleanup spot today for Minnesota. Michael Lippy plays left field and bats fifth. Charlie Sutherland is the DH, and he'll go sixth for the Gophers today. 7, 8, 9, Jamison Martin, the second baseman. Ty Allen, the right fielder, and Jack Bellow, the first baseman. For Iowa defensively, left to right on the infield, Jackson Frost gets the start at third. Cooper Schulte and Gable Mitchell are up the middle. Caleb Wolf at first base for Iowa today. Outfield, left to right, Joey Narrett, Miles Risley, and Kellen Strohmeyer. The starting catcher is Carter Gaffrey. And Iowa's starting pitcher today is right-handed sophomore from Sergeant Bluff. This is Jaron Bleeker.
3-3 on the season with a 4.94 ERA, 1.39 whip, 31 innings, 33 hits, 17 runs have all been earned, 10 walks, 26 strikeouts, giving up 4 home runs. He's really settled in pretty nicely here in the Friday role. It's, you know, as he's gotten comfortable, he had kind of one edgy outing in the early going, but since then he's been solid and sharp and given Iowa a chance.
A good start for Jaron would be 5 innings, according to Coach Heller. Man, if we could get Jaron 2 or through the 5th, that would be considered a pretty good start for Bleeker and set things up nicely for the Hawks today.
Well, the kicker is, where Iowa has struggled in a couple of the games is, especially if it happens on a Friday, you torture that bullpen. I mean, it's one thing to say, oh, Iowa's bullpen has struggled, and while that is factual, we saw it a few years ago, the difference of your bullpen having to get you 15 or 18 innings a weekend versus like Iowa last year where your bullpen had to get you 6 or 8. It's a big difference.
And we've had a few games where maybe the game's gotten out of hand a little bit, and you almost have to punt it a little bit to save your bullpen for the rest of the weekend.
Yeah, Coach Heller had to call me and say, "Hey, are you available? Let's get down to you." And unfortunately, I couldn't come in and help that week. But
that was one of the weeks you were off.
Everybody's got eligibility left these days. I don't care how old I am. I got to have some left.
Hey, you look pretty good today in warm-ups, getting Merrick ready to go.
Merrick's been good. He's been good. Merrick Matthews has been good playing pregame catch with me. It's been nice of him to humor an old guy.
Jack Spanier is in the box for Minnesota, standing in from the right side. He takes strike one from Jaron Bleeker. We're underway at 1:04 this afternoon.
Starting late.
Just a couple minutes behind. Next pitch, fastball snapped it up and away from Spanier, who leads things off for Minnesota. A .352 hitter for the Golden Gophers, junior shortstop. 10 doubles, 3 home runs. 1-1 from Bleeker, high, 2 balls and a strike. Overcast skies today, just got through a quick burst of rain. And it's all clear for now, at least not raining. 2 balls and a strike. Bleeker delivers fastball up and away, ball 3. Wind blowing from right to left, in from right. The wind report, brought to you by Coach Heller, remains true that anything to the left of the scoreboard has a chance to carry out, but everything else is going to have trouble getting out of here today. 3-1 from Bleeker. Ran it in on the hands, leadoff walk.
And the air's just got that heaviness to it, too. And that's, we talked a lot about it before. Free bases are going to be a killer on a day like today, especially with a team that wants to run, wants to create some havoc.
Spanier has 10 stolen bases, and now he's at first base. And yes, free bases will be critical this entire weekend. Minnesota doesn't give much on their pitching side of things. Iowa needs to stay as close to the Gophers in the freebie war as possible. Here's Easton Richter, left-handed batter, plays center field. Leads the team with 9 home runs and 12 doubles. He takes a strike from Bleeker.
Minnesota has a couple guys like Iowa. Spanier there, 25 walks, 18 strikeouts. Get down the order to Davis Hamilton, too, 26 walks and 12 strikeouts. So a couple guys. Iowa's got one of those, and obviously in Gable Mitchell, but there's a couple near the top of the order for Minnesota.
Gophers have drawn 173 walks as a team. They lead the Big Ten. That's the most. Bleeker's done a nice job against Richter. He's worked ahead 0-2.
Seems like a lot.
Yes. And the gap between strikeouts and walks pretty tight for Minnesota. They do have the 6th most strikeouts, but the most walks in the league. 0-2 on Richter.
That tends to tell you they're not afraid to get deep into counts. And so, again, you're going to need to be in the zone because they're going to be patient. And so you're going to run through a lot of pitches if you're throwing a lot of balls and missing the plate.
Bleeker set from the belt, delivers the 0-2. And that's knocked down by Geffrey. Jaron missed downstairs. It's 1-2. Iowa wearing all-white uniforms with Iowa spelled out in black script across the chest, gold trim, black numbers on the front left hip, also on the back with the last names. Numbers on the back, lettering on the back is black with no trim as Bleeker strikes out Richter. Worked a fastball low and in, it caught him looking.
Right at the bottom of the zone there, strikeout number 30 for Richter on the season. Good first out for Bleeker.
Minnesota in gray tops and bottoms. Pinstripes for the Golden Gophers today. Minnesota spelled out in maroon across the chest with gold trim. They wear maroon caps in the field. Iowa's got the gold caps on today as Niels swings and misses at pitch number 1 from Bleeker. Pretty old-fashioned uniforms for Minnesota. They've got the big block M on the front of their caps. Not too flashy.
Niels is full catcher here with no long sleeves on. No, I'm tougher than you are.
It is.
And he is.
0-1 is the count as the pitch from Bleeker drifted outside. He goes without the batting glove on the right hand. No sleeves underneath on a pretty cold day. It's 50. I think that might be generous. What do you think, John?
Yes, very much so. At least, certainly the feels like isn't getting anywhere near there.
Ball and a strike on Niels, the right-handed hitter. Next pitch from Bleeker. Breaking ball, called a strike on the outer portion of the plate. Away from the right-handed hitting Niels, who is hitting .351 near the top of the team for Minnesota.
Handy-dandy Apple Watch says 52 feels like 43.
There we go. One ball, 2 strikes with 1 out underway at Banks. The pitch from Bleeker. Lined left side and past Frost into left. 1 out single for Niels. That breaking ball, or maybe that was the cutter, it stayed up, didn't it?
Yeah, he threw him the curveball before, and then he threw him kind of the slider in the same tunnel. And unfortunately, you changed pitches, but you didn't change his eye line, so he was right up with it. Instead of breaking a little more vertical, it broke horizontal, and he was right on it and drove it out into left field.
2 on for Davis Hamilton, the third baseman for Minnesota. Hamilton, a left-handed hitter, senior. First and second with 1 out for the Gophers. First pitch from Bleeker. Starts him with a fastball down and in for a strike. Good location. Could spend the day there.
Yeah, you could spend a good number of innings out there if you're hitting that spot regularly.
Could really use a ground ball to the middle infield. Iowa turned a handful of double plays against Bradley on Tuesday. Instead, Bleeker pumps another fastball down the heart of the plate, taken for strike number 2.
See how he attacks him here. Iowa hasn't been very good with waste pitches this year or getting guys to chase, so see where he goes here.
Checking the runner at second. Long pause from Bleeker. He balked. And the runners will move to second and third now.
2 for flinching?
Yeah. Hard to tell from up here. Did you catch it, John?
Oh, yeah.
Pretty clear that something happened because Minnesota was very vocal about it.
Yeah, he's just kind of started and stopped, but didn't get very far.
Next pitch from Bleeker. Fouled back by Hamilton. He was lunging for it.
And as I mentioned, Hamilton is the toughest guy in the Minnesota lineup to strike out. So you come in really needing the strikeout here, and you got the toughest guy to do it at the plate.
Infield staying back for Iowa. You surprised by that?
No, not with a runner on second early in the game. You don't want a ball that shouldn't be a single to turn into a single.
Good fastball from Bleeker, but he missed his spot in 1 and 2. I think that might have been a product of Geffrey setting up outside and having to reach across. It was in, but close.
Yeah, you'll give up a run if you can field the ground ball and get an out.
Bleeker's 1-2. Line sharply past the camera well first base side. That's foul. We'll do it again. Hamilton, a .278 hitter, but like John said, really tough to strike out. 12 strikeouts in 90 at-bats.
Yeah, second best on-base percentage of the starting lineup here.
Ball and 2 strikes. The pitch is hit on the ground past a diving Frost at third. That's going to get into the corner. And a couple runs coming across for the Gophers in the first as Hamilton doubles with 1 away down into the left field corner. 2-0 Minnesota.
Boy, now I know why he's hard to strike out. That was a good piece of hitting there. That was Caleb Wolf-esque, where you just kind of see where the pitch is, go out with it. Again, that's another breaking ball, that slider that Bleek left up a little bit. He was able to see it well and just poke it down the line past Frost.
Threw his hands at it. Runner at second and 1 out. Need to hold the Gophers to just 2. Lippy is up, the left fielder. Bleeker's done a nice job, as he did there, throwing a first pitch strike. But again, getting to 2 strikes hasn't been the issue. It's getting the third strike or the subsequent out to come along with that.
Yeah, had Weber Neal at 2 strikes and gave up a hit, and then had Hamilton at 2 strikes and couldn't get the out.
Bleeker's 0-1. He's at the bottom of the zone for a strike, 0-2. We're here again, third hitter in a row, right?
So shake it off, make a good out pitch here.
Lippy is a right-handed hitter, senior, batting .227. Bleeker ready. Short lead at second base by Hamilton. Bleeker's pitch is hit off the end of the bat into right field for a base hit. They'll send the runner. Now they'll hold him at third. Third hit in a row for Minnesota. And it kind of crossed up Wolf there at first and got in between him and Mitchell.
That ball's got to you can't throw that ball up. I mean, that's all of these 2-strike pitches have been up. And I get showing the fastball high. You can't throw the breaking ball up there, though.
I think they're mistakes. I don't think that.
Agreed.
Yeah, the call is there, and that's when Bleeker ran into trouble against Penn State in his Rocky outing. That was exactly what the issue was. The breaker was up.
Well, and he walked Spanier on, 5 pitches, and they were all up. The last all 4 balls were up. And so, somewhere in there you got to be able to self-correct and auto-correct a little bit here of how do I get the ball down? How do I get it where I want to get it? Again, you got a team that really likes to run the bases here, and so don't be surprised to see some games. 9 for 9 is Lippy down at first base.
Runners at the corners for Minnesota in the first. Gophers lead at 2-0. Fastball up and away from Bleeker. That's a ball. Jaron working his way towards 30 pitches, just 1 out in this inning.
Yeah, you talked about being able to make a living at the knees, and he was able to do that at 1 strike and to get to 2 strikes, but it was after that.
Bleeker's 1-0. Breaking ball, that's where the location needs to be, down and away. And it's a called strike on Sutherland. Left-handed DH batting .287 for Minnesota. There's some power here, 8 doubles and 6 home runs for the Gopher DH. Ball on the strike. Bleeker pitches. Here's a bunt, popped up right side. Geffrey moving over, and he cannot make the play as it was too far away from him near the Iowa on-deck circle.
Yeah, that was a poor bunt, but it was poor enough that he got away with it. Now you got to finish him again. This is not unusual territory this inning for Blake.
First and third for Minnesota and 1 out. The 1-2 pitch from Bleeker. Off the end of the bat to Frost at third. Jackson scoops it up and throws to first in time to get the runner there. Run comes down the line to score. 3-0 Minnesota. And that was just brutally disgusting for Iowa's defense there, that was hit so poorly off the bat they didn't have a chance at a double play.
29 miles an hour off the bat.
Man.
I'm actually glad, because when I first looked up and watched it squirrel out there, I thought it was going to be a hit.
Yes.
So I'm glad Frosty was able to come across and fire.
3-0 Gophers with 2 outs in the first. Fastball at the letters, breaking ball rather at the letters from Bleeker to Martin, who is the 7-hitter, right-handed second baseman. Only underclassman in the lineup for Minnesota today, sophomore. Spin and throw to second to keep the runner around. That's Lippy out there.
I mean, Jaron's only thrown, 5 balls outside of the walk to start with. So, I mean, it's what you want. He's been in the strike zone. He just now needs to locate better inside the strike zone.
Ball, no strikes on Martin. Righty on righty matchup. The pitch from Bleeker dropped it in for a strike. Inner third. That's a good location. Off speed, evening the count. Good lead at second. The 1-1 is just high from Bleeker. Iowa had a great offensive performance on Tuesday against Bradley. Need to keep the hot bats going today, it would seem. 3-0 Minnesota, top of the first. Bleeker set with the 2-1. Fastball out. Iowa's got some bodies in the bullpen.
Well, when you cross that 30-pitch mark, it's your day isn't going to last very long anyway, and so hopefully it lasts a few more innings here. But it's tough to come back. It's a lot of wear on the arm right away.
Martin fouled off the 3-1, and this is a crucial point of the first here. Need to get into the dugout. Trailing 3-0 right off the rip here. See if Bleeker can execute the 3-2 pitch with 2 outs. Here it comes. Not yet. He'll lift his leg and then throw it to second.
Ball 4, they pitch clock violation.
Oh, my goodness. Time violation on Bleecker, and that's going to be ball 4. There's going to be a heck of a discussion here from Coach Sutherland, Coach Pearson. Now here comes Coach Heller.
If he would have held the ball, it would have been fine. He'd have gotten the timeout, but he messed around, didn't throw it in rhythm, and then threw it late.
Pretty gross start to this one. There's just a lot of weird things that are going on. That's another example. Minnesota's put a couple of good swings on some pitches. Also had some get through the infield. So the inning continues with Ty Allen. And nothing on the outside edge there from Bleecker, ball 1. First and second for the Gophers and 2 outs. Already up 3-0. One-0, swung on and missed.
But that's really the first time this inning that Minnesota's expanded the strike zone.
He ran that fastball in. That had some zip to it. Allen, a right-handed hitter. The 1-1 from Bleecker, missed outside, ball 2. .35. Big strikeout candidate here. 28 strikeouts. 2-1. Hit in the air to right. Strohmeyer's got a beat on it. Kellen's got it for the 3rd out. Really tough start for Iowa. 3 runs across for Minnesota. And we're through the top of the first. Gable Mitchell, Caleb Wolf, and Miles Risley are due up when we return on the Hawkeye Radio Network from Learfield.
Our mission at Oak Knoll is to provide exceptional retirement living and health services through Life Care. I'm Steve Rowe, CEO. We are a not-for-profit life plan community and have served the Iowa City area for 58 years. Oak Knoll is located near the University of Iowa hospitals and clinics, Kinnick Stadium, Carver Hawkeye Arena, Hancher Auditorium, and downtown Iowa City. Visit our website at oakknoll.com to learn more. We are a proud sponsor of Hawkeye Athletics. Go Hawks!
Save time when you shop online with Hy-Vee. Hy-Vee makes it easy to order groceries online through our app or Hy-Vee.com. Pickup is always free. And if you have a Perks Plus membership, you get free delivery and free express pickup. Shop online with Hy-Vee and you can create and save grocery lists. Shop the sales and get fuel savers. Talk about convenient. Order groceries online today. Check out Hy-Vee.com or download the Hy-Vee app.
Oak Knoll's mission is to provide exceptional retirement living and health services through Life Care, a not-for-profit life plan community serving the Iowa City area for 59 years. Oak Knoll is conveniently located near the University of Iowa Healthcare Campus, Kinnick Stadium, Carver Hawkeye Arena, and downtown Iowa City. A proud sponsor of Hawkeye Athletics. Visit oakknoll.com to learn more.
Iowa trails Minnesota in the bottom of the first inning, 3-0. The Hawkeye Bats will come up with this lineup today. Gable Mitchell, Caleb Wolf, and Miles Risley will be the first Hawkeyes up. Middle of the order with some power, Joey Narrett, Carter Geffrey, and Cooper Schulte. 7, 8, 9, Kellen Strohmeyer, Jackson Frost, and Jalen Ziegler. The starting pitcher for Minnesota is right-handed junior from Eau Claire, Wisconsin, Cole Selvig.
3-1 with a 4.46 ERA, 34 1/3 innings, 30 hits, 18 runs, 17 earned, 15 walks, 78 strikeouts. Fastball is going to hustle up there in the low 90s. He'll throw curveball, slider, change. Iowa was able to beat him around last year. You mentioned that in the pregame. He was hurt. He got shut down not too long after that. So this is it's a different version of him.
Mitchell in the box for Iowa takes a low strike, 1-1. Gable's average under 400 for pretty much the first time this year with a big enough sample size. 1-1. Gable hits in the air to left field. Back goes Lippy. Still running back. He's at the track. He's at the wall, and it's gone. Gable Mitchell. Solo shot. It did get out of here to left. It's a home run for Gable.
That might be the first one of those I've ever seen from Gable. The one where he hijacks a fastball and goes to right field, but that ball goes 95 off the bat, Says 364. That might, if that's the case, it probably just barely cleared the wall there. A little wind-blown home run helps the Hawkeye cause.
Third home run of the year for Gable. All right. Off the bat, I wasn't thinking home run there, John.
No, but fortunately, Lippy was in far enough. I thought maybe it'd bounce over his head and get into the wall, and Gable would cruise into second, but even better.
Here's Caleb Wolf. He's showing a bunt. He's almost hit by the pitch. How did he twirl away from that one? Ran it down and in around the shins. Caleb is now the Big Ten leader in batting average. He and Gable flip-flopped. Caleb leads the league in batting average. And Gable is fourth. They sandwich a couple of Nebraska hitters.
Well, Gable got back to 400 there with that hit. So
didn't last very long. 1 ball, no strikes on Wolf. The next pitch from Selvig. Down and in for ball 2. I like the response. See if Iowa can string a few hits together and get back into this one. 3-1, bottom of the first. Gophers leading. 2-0. Caleb sends on the ground up the middle. Backhand stop by the second baseman. That's a smooth play. He threw it in the dirt, but Bello picked it out of there. And Wolf grounds out. Nice play by Martin.
Yeah, that was a good pick there. You know, one of the things that Coach Heller mentioned, that Iowa might have a little advantage in fielding. Fielding percentage is pretty much the same. You can never tell with range and things, though, how many extra balls you're getting to, but certainly good range there from the second baseman, Martin.
One away for Miles Risley. First pitch slider outside. Gophers field at 983.
It's pretty darn good.
Yeah, that's all right. 1-0 pitch to Risley. Miles took down the heart of the plate, 1-1. Iowa's at 985.
So Iowa is technically better.
Coach was right. 1 away for Risley. Bases are empty. Minnesota's pulled over to the left side of the infield to defend him. Risley tried to hold up the swing. He could not. He went through. And the appeal down to first base said, yeah, Miles, you went. It's 1-2.
Yeah, 3 more errors on the season for Minnesota, but they've had several more chances as well. So
Risley chased. Slider low and away. He's out number 2.
That's what you're trying to do when you get somebody to 2 strikes. Bury that thing and get it down and away. Good execution from Selvig.
Didn't fool around, huh?
No, I mean, and then when you're able to throw multiple pitches for strikes.
2 outs for Joey Narrett. Swings at the first pitch that he sees, bounced it back to the pad, foul.
Again, the next step of that is, okay, you know, high school pitcher can throw strikes, but now you've got to locate, and you've got to be able to make a hitter go after your pitch.
A 1 pitch to Narrett. Inside. Just missed the corner, 1-1.
Pretty darn good pitch there, too.
Joey is a left-handed hitter for Iowa. Plays a great left field for the Hawks, batting .319.
He's made several outstanding catches out there.
Out in front of the changeup, a good one from Selvig, 1-2. Selvig winds and fires the 1-2. It's downstairs. Narrett twisted in the box, but held up.
I'd have been shocked if he saw anything other than a changeup. I'm not sure I'd be real shocked if he tripled up and saw it again.
See how good the scouting report is, huh? 2-2. Narrett out in front and fouled it off his back leg. Went to the fastball there, John.
Yeah, went back to it. Sped him up 7 miles an hour. I would fully guess now you're going to go back to it here. And
the yo-yo.
Yep. Maybe try to locate it away from him and see if you can throw it down and away and get him to chase.
Nobody on for Narrett. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Mitchell led off the inning with a home run, getting Iowa on the board. It's 3-1 Gophers. 2-2. Narrett fouled it off his leg again. Poor guy.
Did go back to the changeup again, so.
This is turning into a tough, gritty at bat for Narrett because, like we're talking about, now where does Salvig go? Does he go back to the changeup or continue the pattern and go back to a fastball maybe, or double up again with the change? Another 2-2. Here it comes. Swing and a miss. High heater.
95. He found a little extra gear.
Back-to-back strikeouts for Salvig ends the inning. The Hawkeyes do answer with 1 run on the leadoff home run from Gable Mitchell. The Gophers lead at 3-1. We'll be back for the second after this. The Hawkeye Radio Network from Learfield.
Hey fans, I know you'd do anything for a win on game day and an ice-cold Bud Light. Because whether you're tailgating in the parking lot or parked on the couch, sitting on your lucky stool at the bar, or standing in the fan section all game long, the clean, crisp taste of Bud Light turns a win into a win-win. And there's nothing easier to enjoy than that. Bud Light. Easy to drink, easy to enjoy. Enjoy responsibly. Anheuser-Busch Bud Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
Here come the Hawkeyes.
And a Hawkeye racing to the basket, layup good.
Iowa Athletics is gearing up for another amazing season filled with exciting matchups and electrifying plays.
Working hard into the corner. Catches a 3.
Get your game face ready and come on out to cheer the Hawkeyes on all season long. Visit Hawkeyesports.com to find tickets, schedules, game times, and more on Iowa. Go Hawks.
Touchdown! Touchdown, Iowa!
This copyrighted broadcast is an exclusive presentation of Learfield under the broadcasting rights granted by the University of Iowa. Reuse of this presentation is prohibited without the expressed written consent of the university and Learfield. Announcers are provided by Learfield and approved by the university.
Hawkeye Baseball is brought to you by Riverside Casino and Golf Resort. Stop by today for a relaxing massage at the spa, fine dining at Ruthie's Steak and Seafood, and so much more. Visit Riverside Casino and Golf Resort today, located minutes south of Iowa City. Family's going there on Sunday for brunch.
Nice.
I'm not.
You know what? The sports broadcasting and just working in sports in general, we miss out on some things, don't we, John?
That's why I got out of the golf business, man.
Out of one business right into another.
Exactly.
Similar avenue. Bleeker gets the nod here in the second, looking for a better inning against the Gophers. Facing the 9-hitter Jack Bello. Bleeker winds and fires. Foul off the end of the bat. I didn't even make plans this year. Said, you guys, my family, you guys do what you got to do without me. I'll be all right. 0-2. Bleeker pitching to Bello. The pitch hit on the ground, foul, left side. Couple of walks for Bleeker in the first. 3 straight hits, though, by Minnesota, and then an infield ground out brought home a run.
All with 2 strikes.
Yep.
And one of them was a cue ball.
It's been kind of all over the place in that first inning for Bleeker, who threw 35 pitches. Trying to get Bello here, 1-2. Jaron brings it home. Outside, overthrew the fastball.
The second walk was the weird one. The first one obviously hurt him to lead off the game. The second one was the weird one, the 3-2 pitch clock violation.
That's right.
Walk nonetheless, but
2-2 against the 9-hitter, the pitch. Fly ball, right side. Wolf jogging over. He'll slam on the brakes. That's out of play. 2-2 is the count on Bello. He is a senior first baseman. Lowest batting average in the lineup for the Gophers today at .209. 26 strikeouts and 67 at-bats. Let's get him, Jaron. Bleeker fires. Half swing, in on the hands, and fouled to the Iowa dugout first base side. Jaron did have a strikeout in the first. He struck out Richter, who has a lot of strikeouts on the season. but is a really good hitter. A lot of power with Richter, but one strikeout almost a time through the order. Looking for number 2 here. The 2-2 is hit high to left. This is trouble. Narrett is at the track. He watches it leave the yard. Breaking ball up.
I'm not even sure. I want to leave the horse alone at this point. I keep beating him, but that's the. You just have to bury that.
Yeah, not only has Iowa struggled today getting Minnesota hitters out when we get to 2 strikes, that one is particularly damaging as it's a solo home run to left, and now it's 4-1 Gophers. I didn't think the ball was really going to leave the yard, but unless it goes to left, where it certainly has a chance. Bleeker's hanging on by a thread here. I don't know how much longer the Hawks will be able to stick with him as the top of the order, Spanier, is up, and Geffrey's going to jog out to the mound and talk to Jaron.
Well, one of the things I noticed last week, too, and I thought maybe it was just UCLA, but Hawkeye pitchers are having a hard time missing bats.
Yeah.
You can't strike a guy out if he gets 2 strikes. If he doesn't swing and miss, you can get a guy looking every once in a while, but if they go up with an aggressive approach, and you saw that there with Bello, he made contact with, fouled a couple pitches off. Unfortunately, got a little contact on a half swing that kept him alive, and you foul off pretty good pitches, and then pitcher makes a mistake, and that's you've got to trust your out pitch. And it's not up in the zone, and that's Jaron's been just kind of beat up here in an inning plus by leaving the ball up in the zone.
And now he's missed on back-to-back pitches above the zone to Spanier. 2 balls and no strikes.
This is how we started the game, was couldn't throw a strike to Spanier.
Yeah, he got one on the inside corner, 2-1.
I've seen the guys do it. They really need to trust their stuff when a guy in a different color uniform standing in the box.
Good breaking ball, popped out of the hand, and it buckled Spanier. A pitch that was inside, he took it 2-2. I guess if you're going to go up with it like that, better be in like it was there. We'll see what Jaron throws on 2-2. Here it comes. That's downstairs, ball 3.
Conceptually, I like the location better, but again, it has to be a competitive pitch then that make him want to think about it.
Full count on Spanier, the top of the Gopher order. The pitch fouled into the top of the netting. High fastball that Spanier was able to get a piece of. 4-1 Gophers in the second. I'm not sure I was expecting a high-scoring affair, and for Iowa's sake, it'll have to be now. Full count pitch. Popped up. Shallow center. Mitchell goes back. He's battling the overcast skies, and Gable makes the catch, drifting to his left for the first out of the inning.
Good battle back there. After giving up the home run, you fall behind 2-0 to the leadoff hitter. Man, this could really be a short day. Battle back, got the out. Now you need to keep getting after it here. Settle down, get through the inning.
It's almost like Jaron has done better when he's fallen behind early instead of getting ahead 0-2. Here's Richter. Offers at the first pitch, drives it into left field. Narrett on the run. Joey slides, can't make this play as it bounced foul. Tough ball to track down that left field line. He went with the feet first slide and couldn't make the play, but a heck of an effort from Joey in left.
Yeah, I don't think even if he ran through that, he was going to quite get there. And just, again, an unfortunate play. He pops it up, and because Iowa has him shifted, nobody can get over there to get it on a ball that's, a lazy fly ball to foul territory. So just Iowa not catching breaks here in the early going at all. Now you got to make your own.
No balls and a strike on Richter, whom Bleeker struck out back in the first. Pitch bounced on the turf low, 1-1. Iowa got on the board with a home run from Gable Mitchell, went down quietly after that. Good pitch there from Bleeker. That was a changeup. He had Richter out in front, and Jaron's in the driver's seat at 1-2.
Yes, now same thing again. Take advantage here now. Throw that changeup, change the location, keep it down, go outside.
Worked it away, and Richter got a piece of it, fouled it off. Much better pitch there from Bleeker, just couldn't get him.
Well, that's what we can't seem to miss the bat with 2 strikes. That's
makes things difficult.
So see if he comes back to the fastball, busts him inside.
Out of the windup, the 1-2. Fouled, pulled to the right side.
Pitch
the curveball.
Yeah, pitch you don't see righties throw to lefties very often because, again, you leave that one up and that gets dented.
Yeah, the wind has shifted here. Now blowing in from center, maybe over to right a little bit now instead of over to left. Another 1-2 pitch from Bleeker. Hit in the air to left. Narrett drifting back. He's in front of the track. The ballpark will hold this one. Joey's got it for the second out. Good time for the wind to shift.
Yeah, that one, that might have had a he launched it up in the air a little bit, so I don't know that it would have gotten all the way there anyway. But, yeah, that might have had a little different tune, half hour ago?
2 down for Weber Niels. Niels, the 3-hitter. He singled and scored his first time around. And he cranks one to right field. Strohmeyer is back a few steps. Kellen's got it for the third out. A leadoff home run from Jack Bello. It came with 2 strikes. Added another run on the board for the Golden Gophers, but Bleeker settled in after that and got the next 3 Gophers. Minnesota 4, Iowa 1. We'll be back for the bottom of the second after this. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
Hey Hawks, it's Coach Ben McCullum. Join me for Hawk Talk on the Hawkeye Radio Network, weekly at the Watermill Kitchen and Bar. Check out the full schedule at HawkeyeSports.com. Go Hawks.
You power your day with passion and purpose. It's the same for Alliant Energy. We're modernizing the grid, blending new, renewable, and traditional energy sources to meet growing demand safely and reliably. We're rising to the challenge to meet your energy needs today and for generations to come. Visit AlliantEnergy.com/poweringbeyond to learn more.
Hey, it's Coach Jan Jensen. Join me for Hawk Talk on the Hawkeye Radio Network, weekly, live at the Watermill Kitchen and Bar at the Iowa River Landing. Check the full schedule at HawkeyeSports.com. Go Hawks!
Hawk fans, experience your home away from home at Coralville's finest all-suite hotels. Homewood Suites and Home to Suites by Hilton each offer guests spacious suites, complimentary breakfast, 24-hour fitness center, pool, hot tub, guest laundry, and convenient locations. Let their warm and friendly staff take care of you and your family when you visit Hawkeye Country.
Bottom of the second in Iowa City, 4-1 Gophers. Minnesota off to a quick start against the Hawkeyes. Iowa look to respond in the bottom of the second now with Carter Geffrey leading things off. A chilly day in Iowa City. Not going to be a very warm weekend. I think Sunday's our best day. Tomorrow is, I don't really want to talk about tomorrow. Tomorrow's going to be cold. You need to bring out the winter coats again. As Geffrey is in the box for Iowa, swinging and missing at the first pitch slider that was in the dirt. Geffrey, the 5-hitter, redshirt freshman catcher. Selvig pitching for the Gophers. 0-1 is a sharp breaking ball that crossed over for a strike, 0-2.
Community Choice scoreboard. Purdue out to an early lead on Illinois, 1-0, bottom of the third.
0-2. Geffrey laid off a high fastball, good take.
Oregon, Michigan keep their series going. Michigan State, Northwestern, Rutgers, Indiana, Maryland, Ohio State, Penn State, Nebraska.
1-2. Geffrey watched it miss high and away, 2-2.
Valpo, Washington, and the, instead of the all eyes being on the SEC, you might be in California, USC-UCLA battle. That'll be a good one.
Some interesting matchups this weekend. Oregon was run-ruled by Michigan yesterday. They started their series yesterday as Geoffrey swings through a fastball and strikes out. 3 strikeouts in a row for Selvig. But Michigan 10-0 in 7 over Oregon and Ann Arbor yesterday. So it is possible to take down one of those giants, although I don't know if Oregon is in the same atmosphere as UCLA that we saw last weekend. Maybe, but I don't think so. Good win for Michigan, who's been struggling.
Yeah, it's been interesting for kind of the Midwestern teams.
Here's Cooper Schulte in the box, watching a strike get called on him. Valpo at Washington, I was talking about that on Tuesday. How in the world does that series come to be? There's got to be a connection between coaches there, right? Something?
You would think so. That's I doubt Washington's making the call to Valpo. What's our guy Scotty Junk got? Was he around that area
That's
somewhere?
Right. We'll have to text him because that series just doesn't make sense. Ball and a strike on Cooper Schulte. Iowa's 6-hitter and shortstop, standing in from the right side. 4-1 Gophers in the second. The next pitch to Schulte. He lines into left field. It's got some topspin on it. It'll bounce in front of Lippy, the left fielder, for a base hit.
106 off the bat as that ball was just crushed. Lippy made the good choice there to backpedal up. That ball, if he'd have tried to get it, and the way it was diving, might have skipped right past him and caused all kinds of problems.
And to John's earlier point, USC and UCLA this weekend on Big Ten Plus for all 3 of those games. I don't know how that one doesn't get picked up.
Grow the game, baby. Grow the game.
I don't know what we're doing. Schulte at first with 1 out as Kellen Strohmeyer is up, and he lays off a pitch that dropped low. That's a good take from Kellen. It'll be something that I'll be able to watch each night because they're later first pitches. At least tonight is late. I'm looking forward to it. Mason Edwards versus Logan Redeman. Where do I sign? Strohmeyer swings over the top of the breaking ball, 1-1.
I believe it's Big10Plus.com.
That's right.
I think we just discussed that.
Gotta remember the login. Schulte, the runner at first. Iowa's down by 3 in the second. Ball and a strike on Strohmeyer. Schulte takes off. The pitch is hit on the ground right to second base. Schulte will get to the bag as Strohmeyer is thrown out at first.
God, that ball is 107 off the bat. With the shift, I think he was out anyway. But, yeah, the shortstop was drifting towards the bag. So Spanier makes the play, but Schulte running was able to at least make it where it didn't turn into an easy double play.
2 outs for Jackson Frost. It's funny that sequence happened exactly as it did there after our pregame conversation with Coach Heller. He started talking to me about his base stealing strategies and why he steals in certain situations and why he doesn't in others. I don't know how we got to that point of the conversation, but we did, and it worked right there because had Schulte not been going, that would have been a double play. 0-1 to Frost. There's a called strike, high outside part of the strike zone. It's 0-2. Jackson getting the start at third base. Ben Swale still not 100%. Frost is batting 148. 0-2 with 2 outs and a runner in scoring position. The pitch fouled back.
Yeah, this is where, down 4-1, 2 outs, runner in scoring position. You want to just start chipping away. I know it's only the second inning, but, man, it's a key at-bat here just for energy in the dugout.
Selvig set. Checking on Schulte, the 0-2. Low and away. Firm fastball. He's still running that mid-90s. Hasn't really deviated off of that. A lot of room on the right side of the infield for Jackson, but he's a pretty good pull hitter. 1-2 pitch. High. He laid off. He got his hips going. His hands started, but he held off 2-2. With the shift on for Minnesota, it's interesting to see how Selvig will pitch him here. If he throws the spinner away, Jackson could push it to right, so I don't know if that'll be in the arsenal here. 2-2 to Frost. Hit in the air, right side. That'll clear the clubhouse down the right field line, fouling out of play.
Threw the changeup down and away. Good pitch there.
He's got a pretty good mix here, doesn't he, John?
He really does, and he's hit with most of them today, so you've got to have kind of full respect as a hitter.
2-2. Swing and a miss. When you get the fastball, got to tee it up. And it's Selvig's fastball that the Iowa hitters are having a little bit of trouble with through a couple of innings. Iowa gets Schulte to second base, but that's all. 4-1 Gophers. We're through 2 in Iowa City. And back after this is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
You power your day with passion and purpose. It's the same for Alliant Energy. We're modernizing the grid, blending new, renewable, and traditional energy sources to meet growing demand safely and reliably. We're rising to the challenge to meet your energy needs today and for generations to come. Visit AlliantEnergy.com/poweringBeyond to learn more.
Cancer doesn't care. It doesn't care what you look like, how old you are, what you do, or where you live. We do. University of Iowa Healthcare is doing more to beat cancer than anyone in the state. From second opinions to life-saving treatments that happen here first. We lead the way in research, training, and care because we believe that UI Healthcare is here to make all of Iowa better. UI Healthcare, changing medicine, changing lives. Visit uihealthcare.org.
University of Iowa Healthcare is here for you no matter where you are in the state, changing medicine and changing lives for all of Iowa and beyond. Visit uihealthcare.org. As we get ready for the top of the third inning, let's pause 10 seconds for station identification. This is Iowa Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
Top of the third inning in Iowa City, 4-1 Gophers in the series opener. Good start for Minnesota. And it'll be 4, 5, and 6. Hamilton, Lippy, and Sutherland coming to the plate for Minnesota. A couple of left-handers for Jaron Bleeker to face. Fastball up and away to start this at bat. Bleeker nearing in on 60 pitches. Settled in the second after giving up a leadoff home run. 1-0 from Bleeker. Outside, bit high as well. 2-0.
Just really struggling to consistently bring that ball down.
And he works so quickly, too. Jaron gets right back on the rubber and brings it home. The 2-0 is hit well to right. That'll be over Strohmeyer's head and off the wall. Hamilton yanks a double into right.
Double to left, a double to right. He's 8th double on the season, 2nd double today.
Jaron went off speed on 2-0, and Hamilton able to pull it to right.
And again, even if you fool someone with the pitch, when you leave it up belt high, and Coach Heller has seen enough.
That is really tough. We talked about it in the pregame. Been really tough situations to count on so many innings out of the Iowa bullpen. And a starter lasting 2 innings on Friday.
Yeah, 2+ is not ideal.
Really tough formula to overcome. All right, 4-1 Gophers in the third. And we'll take a pitching change break and be back after this. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
Want all the benefits of a new Honda for a fraction of the price? It's not a dream. It's a dream deal. Get 0.99% APR financing on certified pre-owned Honda Civics, HRVs, CRVs, and Passports. Backed by Honda's 7-year, 100,000-mile warranty. Every certified pre-owned Honda goes through a 182-point inspection and is reconditioned like new. To get 0.99% financing on certified pre-owned Hondas, search your local Honda dealer today. See dealer for financing details for well-qualified buyers. Offer ends 4/30/26.
Despite the unshakable Iowa-Corn Cy-Hawk rivalry, there is one thing Iowa State and University of Iowa fans can both agree on: getting hyped for unleaded 88. It's cleaner burning and better for your engine, and it's cheaper than other fuel options, making unleaded 88 the clear fuel choice. If Iowa Corn Cy-Hawk rivals can agree on it, you know it's worth the hype. So pump it up with unleaded 88, grown by Iowa corn farmers.
Tyler Guerin is Iowa's new pitcher, right-handed sophomore from Shoreview, Minnesota. Played a key role in Iowa's win at Minnesota last year. Closed out a game for the Hawkeyes. He'll come in a much different situation this time, with Iowa trailing 4-1 in the third.
1-2 on the season with a save, 9 appearances, 3 starts. Started the season as Iowa's Friday night guy, so would love to see some of the form that got him that start. 23 and a third innings, giving up 23 hits, 19 runs, 21 strikeouts. But again, free bases have been what's kind of plagued Tyler right now. 14 walks, 9 hit batters. So basically a free base an inning. An opponent's hitting 274 against him. So get in, get strikes, get yourself back to the dugout here.
Bleeker lasted 2+ innings. He's responsible for the runner at second, who led things off with a double. It's Davis Hamilton out there. Michael Lippy will be the batter for the Gophers. Singled his first time up. Guerin tossing his final warm-up pitches.
Ty will get the fastball up there. It'll run up low 90s. He'll touch mid-90s from time to time. Slider, sweeper. I think he's kind of ditched the splitter now, but
yeah, I haven't seen that in a while.
And I think that's helped kind of focus on. I don't need 5 average pitches. Give me 2 or 3 really good ones.
Lippy in the box, and the first pitch to him is right down the middle for a strike. He showed the bunt and pulled it back. Guerin came into the game against UCLA on Saturday after Logan Rundy did not record an out. Guerin went 3 innings, gave up 3 hits and 5 runs. Had 3 strikeouts. No balls and a strike. Guerin pitches off the plate outside, 1-1. Got a little tail on that fastball as he snaps it across.
Appreciate your generosity to the umpire.
You think it looked pretty good from up here, didn't you?
It's a little out, but
I'd agree with you.
It was a pitch that Selvig got in the top of the or the bottom of the inning.
1-1. That's too far outside. Geffrey knocked it down, and it kept Hamilton at second. He's bouncing around there, isn't he?
Yeah, that was a great backhand scoop from Geffrey just to corral that and not let it get too far away. But yeah, Minnesota really, especially at second there, they've kind of they false start a lot, try to get the pitcher to blink.
2-1, the pitch from Guerin. Swing and a miss. Evening things up at 2-2. See if Tyler can get a strikeout with nobody out. Runner at second. Guerin checking on him. The pitch. Just outside. Good fastball from TG at 96. Couldn't clip the edge. And counts full. Full count pitch. Way outside. Over through the slider. Runners at first and second. Nobody out. And here comes Sutherland, the DH. Grounded out to Frost. In the first, it brought in a run. 4-1 Gophers in the third. Corners in for Iowa, thinking that Sutherland might bunt. And he does. Right back to Guerin. Scoops it up. He throws to first, and it is barely in time to get Sutherland. As the bunt is down, it moves both runners. I thought TG had a shot to go to third and get the force. Instead, he did not look, and he went just to first base.
He did. You never know what the infield's telling him, though. Somebody's going to tell him what direction to go usually. He was able to set and get his feet. He would have had to flip all the way around to try to get it. I was going to love the little backhand flip to Frost, but didn't get it.
Good start on Martin, a swing and a miss. It's a big spot for Iowa, holding on for dear life in this third inning, down 4-1. Second and third for the Gophers and one out. Martin walked in the first. Guerin's 0-1. Breaking ball up and in. Ball one. He missed his spot by a healthy margin there. Still wound up being close to a strike, but just too far up and in. Corners in for Iowa, middle infield back. Ball and a strike. Guerin set from the stretch, pitches. Ground ball right side. Wolf dives to knock it down. He flips it to Guerin, covering first for the out. It's another ground out for this Gopher offense that is productive. 5-1 now, Minnesota. Heck of a play by Caleb Wolf.
Yeah, that's a great play from Wolfie. I'm not sure that if that ball gets past him, if Mitchell's going to make the play to Guerin, because it's going to be a really tough connection there, and that little bit of extra time would have allowed him to get down the line. So you hate giving up the run, but at least you bought the out on again, another poorly hit ball just into a good spot.
Ty Allen is up. First pitch, strike one from TG. Low outside corner. Allen is the 8 hitter. He flied out to right to end the first inning. Minnesota scored in every inning so far today. 0-1. He went through the zone. Dirty from Tyler.
So that 5th run will get charged to Jaron Bleeker. Runner on third now is Ty's.
Guerin's got a bit more stuff from the swing and miss perspective. See if he can get Allen here. The 0-2. Went back to the slider, and that time Allen was ready for it, and he didn't swing at it. Downstairs, 1-2.
Good job from Geffrey to block that. I mean, and that's a big thing for your pitcher, to be able to trust your catcher that, hey, I'm going to throw this pitch down and away, see if we can get a chase. I need you to make sure you keep it in front of you.
Ball and 2 strikes with 2 outs. Runner at third for Minnesota. The pitch from Guerin. Low and out. Another incredible stop by Geffrey. Backhand knocked it down.
You got to get those pitches to be competitive, to get the chase.
2-2. Snap the fastball outside. Now it's full.
I was talking with the coaching staff beforehand, and that was we were through this a couple years ago where Iowa would get ahead 0-2, and then you throw 2 entirely non-competitive pitches. You're not going to get a chase, and you've given away all your advantage.
Allen sends this in the air to right. That's towards the Iowa bullpen. Out of play, foul.
And all you do is you run up your pitch count.
Right.
And so, you can't get deep into games, or in this case, you can't eat a lot of innings if you're tied, because you're literally wasting pitches.
Another payoff pitch coming to Allen from Guerin. Just inside. Front door breaking ball. Didn't have enough bite to it. And he loses Allen. Second walk in the inning. Runners will be at the corners for Bello. Hit a home run earlier today.
That's one of the things that Selvig has been good at so far in the game is, he's gotten ahead, and then he's went to his fastball. He's trusted it. He's thrown a couple of, varied it with a changeup or the slider, but
has not been fooling around.
No, he's popped back. He's been around the zone.
First and third for the Gophers in the third. Minnesota up 5-1. Guerin's pitch is punched into right. Kellen's got a beat on it. Strohmeyer has it for the third out. 1 run for Minnesota. It's 5-1 Gophers. We're back for the bottom of the third after this. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
If you or someone you know is having thoughts of suicide, experiencing a mental health or substance use crisis, or just needs someone to listen, 988 provides a direct connection to free, confidential, and compassionate support. When you call, text, or chat 988, you'll be quickly connected to trained crisis counselors who will listen to your concerns, provide support, and connect you to additional resources if needed. There is hope. You are not alone. For 24/7 support, call or text 988 or chat 988lifeline.org.
We love it when the Hawkeyes do their thing, because if there's anyone who can appreciate building a legacy, it's John Deere. We've been growing our team since 1837, recruiting the best thinkers, doers, and makers to craft innovations that outpace the competition. Because whether it's cultivating the earth with a tractor or reshaping it with a 40-ton excavator, the machines we build are building America. Nothing runs like a Deere.
At the game or at home, Wimmer's premium quality hot dogs and sausages will score with family and friends. Take the highest quality beef and pork, and you get the best tasting hot dog. Wimmer's, the official hot dog of the Hawkeyes.
9-1-2 due up for the Hawks. Ziegler, Mitchell, and Wolf as we move on to the bottom of the third. Minnesota 5, Iowa 1. The Hawks trailing by 4. And we'll need to make this an offensive game against the Gophers today. Minnesota with 3 runs in the first, 1 in the second, and 1 in the third. Iowa's had a tough go keeping Minnesota off the base paths and away from touching home. Ziegler to lead it off. Jay-Z has been vying for the DH spot with the speed that he presents, and he's been a good hitter for the Hawks. .358 in 53 at-bats. He's got 19 hits. Standing in from the right side, facing Selvig. Ziegler takes down for a ball. 5-1 Gophers in the third. Plenty of outs to work with. Plenty of time to come back in this, but you'd rather start your comeback sooner rather than later. 1-0 pitch to Ziegler. That's high. Called a strike, 1-1. Look ahead to the weekend. Minnesota already in Iowa's bullpen. Iowa would like to do some damage to the Gophers' pen. Selvig has been pretty good for Minnesota after giving up a leadoff home run to Gable Mitchell. He's racked up 4 strikeouts, and facing the 9-hitter Ziegler, Selvig is ahead 1-2. The pitch. Hit on the ground to second. Martin scoops it up, and he quickly gets it over to first. Out number 1. Capped it off the edge of the bat, the very end of the bat. When Iowa's made contact today, it hasn't been great a time through the order, with the exception of Gable Mitchell, who strolls to the box. Mitchell with an opposite field home run in the first. And he takes at the knees for strike 1. Selvig winds and fires the 0-1. Gable hits in the air. High fly ball deep to right. Back goes Allen. He's in front of the track, though, and he's got it for out number 2. Just got under it. Couple of quick outs for Iowa in the third. Not really putting much pressure on Selvig, who's up over 40 pitches in the third inning. 2 outs, bases clear for Wolf. Grounded out up the middle to Martin, the second baseman. His first time up. Selvig delivers, and Wolf takes inside. Ball 1. Niels really tried to pull that back into the zone. Stayed in on the hands on Wolf.
Not exactly in Wolfie's DNA, but boy, you could use a good long at-bat here.
Right, need it. 1-0. Offers it a good slider from Selvig and fouled it off his foot. 1-1. Let's just making note of that. It's been a quick inning and pretty stress-free for Selvig. His whole outing has been Pretty stress-free, giving up a couple of hits. 1-1. Wolf got under it and poked it foul in the air to the left.
Yeah, I mean, he's about to cruise through, barring a rally here, he's about to cruise through 3 innings and 45 pitches or so.
Yep.
Less than 50 for sure.
Yep. 1 ball, 2 strikes with 2 outs. Iowa down 5-1 in the third.
Spitting rain again doesn't scream comeback either.
It's a chopper hit on the ground to second. Martin brings it in, and he throws it over to first to retire Wolf. Iowa goes down very quickly in the third. It's 5-1 Gophers. We're back after this. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
Whether they roll the dough or pour the joe, bake the bread or greet instead, your team goes the extra mile, and they deserve healthy eyes and a healthy smile. For plans that cover businesses of all sizes, Delta Dental customizes. With employer costs as low as $0, you can offer benefits and be a hero. Affordable coverage is a click away. Visit deltadentalia.com today.
Hey everyone, David Kahn here. It's time to play ball. The 2026 season is upon us, and the best way to get in the game is by listening to College Sports Now's official baseball podcast, Dugouts, Dumbbells, and Dingers. Each week, we'll have exclusive interviews with players and coaches that take you inside the locker room as we unpack the top stories of teams all across the country. We're delivering our best fastball, so step into the batter's box and tee us up. Available wherever you podcast on the College Sports Now feed or on YouTube. Just search Dugouts, Dumbbells, and Dingers.
Mill's mission is to provide exceptional retirement living and health services through Life Care, a not-for-profit life plan community serving the Iowa City area for 59 years. Oak Mill is conveniently located near the University of Iowa Healthcare Campus, Kinnick Stadium, Carver Hawkeye Arena, and downtown Iowa City. A proud sponsor of Hawkeye Athletics. Visit oakmill.com to learn more. As I mentioned earlier, one other game going on the Community Choice scoreboard. Purdue leads Illinois now 2-0 through 4 innings. That's in West Lafayette, so maybe they've got a little bit better weather than we do here. Top of the order to face Ty Guerin here in the fourth. 5-1 Gophers. Spanier, Richter, and Niels. First pitch down low, misses, ball 1. Spanier walked to lead off the game. Scored a run, popped up to Mitchell at second. That ball catches the outside corner. 1-1, so he's 0 for 1 on the day. Pitch. Cross for a strike. 2-1 now. Yeah, actually it's 1-2. I was right.
You got it. 1 and 2.
Wrong.
Yep.
Yeah, it's 1-2.
Trust yourself, John.
I did. It was.
I know.
Just misses outside. I got distracted by the Big Ten Plus guys, and I believed them, which was my mistake. 2 balls, 2 strikes now. The pitch. Oh man. He has dotted the zone, but unfortunately the count rolls full now at 3-2. 95-mile-an-hour fastball right at the top of the zone. Does not get the call.
Can see Coach Heller in the dugout asking, is that up?
The pitch. That one was. And just like we led off the game, another walk for Spanier, his 27th of the year.
Boy, Iowa's got to find a way here to, first of all, limit traffic. Minnesota has been applying pressure the whole game, and Iowa has not been able to stop that before Minnesota scored.
Well, when your leadoff hitter approaches the plate for the 3rd time in the 4th inning, you're rolling around pretty good.
Richter up now for the Gophers, 0 for 2 today. Strikeout and a flyout. Slider buried by Guerin, ball 1.
That's 10 stolen bases down there at first base, so
We haven't seen them go yet. They've got to be itching to go. What do you think?
Sort of. You trust yourself right now that you're comfortable in the box, too. So you don't want to run into an out when you feel good at your chances at the plate.
Here's a bunt by Richter, popped foul over to the left.
Trying to beat the shift there as it was only Frost on that side, and he was deep.
Spanier at first base for the Gophers, nobody out. Ball and a strike. Guerin pitching to the left-handed hitting Richter. Here it comes from Tyler. Hit well to right. A top spinner set back to Strohmeyer, up over his head and over the wall on a one-hop. Ground rule double for Richter. He clubbed that thing out there.
That was 106 off the bat. Boy, a team that doesn't exactly slug it exceptionally well, all of a sudden has 4 extra base hits. But again, you combine it with 5 walks, and it's the free bases are.
And you were on it right off the rip, John. You said that the free bases are going to be killer against a team like Minnesota, who certainly doesn't give any back. Niels is up. Fastball down and out.
Funny enough, so far, of all those walks, Spanier in the first is the only one that's actually scored. But again, you shorten Bleeker's day up. You're making it difficult for Ty here to go real long.
Ball and no strikes on Niels. The pitch at the bottom of the zone. Good pitch, 1-1. Wolf in at first, but Iowa's got a pretty hefty shift on Niels to the pull side as he yanked one to the Minnesota dugout.
Well located off-speed pitch there. Had Niels well in front of that one. Really, really could use a strikeout.
Yes. Guerin from the belt delivers the 1-2. Fouled back, out of play.
I mean, that's your flip here. Minnesota hitters have drawn 5 walks, only struck out once. Iowa hitters have not walked yet and struck out 4 times.
Yeah. I would ask you, John, which pitch we think Tyler might throw here. I don't know that I really care. I just want the one that gets this hitter out. Infield in now. The 1-2 is low and away.
Let's see. This is the part it's like we don't trust it when we're sitting there, because I mean, those just, he's not swinging at that pitch ever. And it
starts off the plate outside and spins even further away.
Yeah, and Tyler's overthrown a couple of those so far.
2-2. Did it again. Ball 3.
Geoffrey's done a heck of a job behind the plate, really. Just
how many runs did he save? 2 or 3?
Yeah. Well, he saved 2 this inning because both of those guys would have scored on the last 2 pitches.
Full count now.
Infield did roll in, as I thought maybe they'd fight Niels off here, but
Guerin's pitch is a chopper up the middle. Gable's got it. His only play will be over to first, where he throws it to Wolf to get the first out. Spanier comes down the line, 6-1 Gophers.
It's a heck of a play for Gable, actually, to get everything kind of corralled and right it around. Get that back to first, but Niels just beat that right into the ground and worked out.
Infield will remain in.
In for Iowa. In for a penny.
Yeah. Richter at third. Hamilton with 2 doubles today. 2 runs scored, 2 runs batted in. Guerin set to pitch. Fastball outside. 1-0.
It's a little more difficult to double the center. He's got left and right covered. Yeah. You could do it.
Tough start to the weekend for Iowa, down 6-1 in the 4th. Guerin's 1-0 is at the knees for a strike.
It's turning into death by 1,000 little cuts here.
Yes. We've been asking the Iowa offense to chip away. It's Minnesota going the other way, slowly tacking on 1 run an inning.
Just keep adding kindling to it.
Yes. Count even at 1. Guerin's next pitch. Low inside corner. That's a beauty. Called a strike, 1-2.
Hamilton touches the helmet. We don't have ABS in college. You're stuck with that, pal.
What do you think? You think you would have won it if we did?
I kind of do, but it's all right.
Guerin ahead at 1-2. Let's see if he can get him. The pitch. Down, 2-2.
That was better. That was a reasonable 1-2 attack pitch there.
What do you think? Change up there, John, or was that the splitter?
That might have been. That might have been the split.
It rolled off the table, down and away. 2-2 now. Infield still in for Iowa. Tyler ready. He pitches. Swing and a miss. He got him to chase, slightly off speed there. 2 down.
Yeah, I'm not sure if that was the split or the change, but a great job again from Geffrey as he makes the catch on that small foul tip that the umpire called. So pick that up off the turf and a big second out.
Lippy's been on twice today, a walk and a single. He's in the box now with the runner at 3rd and 2 outs. Guerin starts him with the fastball, strike 1. A 1. Over through the fastball, down and away. All even now. Hawks will have Risley, Narrett, and Geffrey due up in the bottom of the 4th, but it's starting to get away from Iowa, down 6-1. One. Swing and a miss.
Because the kicker, if you're Iowa, is there's a couple guys that Minnesota's going to go to. So first you got to figure out how to get to Selvig, and then you'll have to get to Jenke and Sperry, who both have sub 2.5 ERAs.
1-2. Slider down and away. Lippy didn't chase it.
And almost guarantee that one of them will see the ball today if it stays around this score.
Yeah, Minnesota's got a pretty nice setup on their Friday. 2-2. Just off the plate outside. Geffrey did a lot of work to try to bring it back in, but it was away. 3-2.
Iowa fielders disagree with you. They were jogging. Toward the dugout,
trying to coax the umpire. Maybe looked pretty far outside to me. I don't know. Full count. Tyler's ready. Here's the 3-2. Inside and low. Ball 4.
You know, we talked about it with the walks and strikeouts early that Minnesota has. Not afraid to get deep in counts, and I mean, you've seen it. That's Ty's 45th pitch already. I mean, he's thrown as many pitches. He's thrown as many pitches as Selvig has. You know, Selvig's only been through 3 innings, but Guerin's only been through 2 here for Iowa.
Sutherland up. Guerin's first pitch is downstairs. And that will draw Coach Obermueller out of the Iowa dugout. Yeah, to your point about getting to Selvig and maybe some of these other Minnesota arms, I mean, they're doing damage to our bullpen. And the way this game is trending will continue to do so. And we at least need to counter and punch back to theirs, but you got to get through the starter first, and Selvig is showing no signs of any wear and tear, although against Ohio State in his last start, he did get into the 5th, and that's when ran into some trouble. So maybe seeing him a couple of times through will help Iowa hitters, but so far hasn't been the case for Mitchell and Wolf, who've already been retired.
Well, that's the funny thing is Iowa's just barely tipping the order over here. We've seen Spanier 3 times. We're a long ways away from seeing Mitchell again.
Yep. 1-0 pitch, grounded foul to the right. Ball and a strike with 2 outs on the 6-hitter of the Gophers. Runners at first and third. Garen's 1-1. Slapped back. Foul.
And slapped back off the pole.
Off the pole and right back to Tyler on the mound.
15 extra base hits for Sutherland, so not an easy out here.
Yeah, don't hang anything here to this guy. Ball and 2 strikes on him. Garen takes a deep breath, now pitches. Outside, 2-2. I'll have to do some math with Kyle up here to see how many 2-strike counts we've had and how many outs have come from them. I don't feel like very many, unfortunately. 2-2. Runner takes off for second. The pitch is hit in the air over the Minnesota dugout. Foul.
Yeah, the long grinding at-bats have come from one offense.
Right.
That's been the general gist of today so far.
Two and two. Tyler ready. Longer pause, the pitch, fouled back. Sutherland, pretty much middle of the road strikeout candidate. He's got 24. Stuck in a 2-strike count against him. Now, see if Tyler can get him. Try pickoff move to first. Wolf drop down to Pickett. Lippy back to the bag.
Yeah, with Lippy on the move the last 2 pitches. See if you just catch him hopping and going.
It's going again. Next pitch is outside. And now they've got Lippy in between first and second. Minnesota's trying to play games here. The throw went down to second. And Lippy will be forced to go back to first.
That was odd all the way around. Geffrey's throw to second was
a hopper.
In a word, terrible. I mean, I think he was confused as to what he wanted to do. He ended up kind of throwing it in the turf to Schulte, and then Iowa just runs him back to first.
Time called here by the third base umpire. And they're calling an out.
Pitch clock violation
really?
For the out.
So after all that, Sutherland took too long to get back into the box, and it's the third base umpire who makes the call. And Sutherland is out on a pitch clock violation. Can this game get any stranger? What are we doing? Whatever. All right, bottom of the 4th coming up. 6-1 Gophers. Iowa's offense needs to help out and pitch in here and get back into this one down by 5. We're back after this. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
Can you think of anything that costs the same today as it did 10 years ago? There isn't much. That is, unless you're a Mid-American Energy customer. Thanks to all the renewable energy we're generating, our customers pay nearly the same rate for electricity today as they did back when we were all singing, "Call Me Maybe." And with Mid-American making even more investments in clean energy, you can count on enjoying those same affordable rates for the next decade. Now that's obsessively, relentlessly at your service.
You're a Hawkeye. You named your dog Kinnick and your cat Herky. Your morning alarm is back in black. Yep. You're a Hawkeye. And now it pays to be a Hawkeye with a Hawkeye account from Community Choice Credit Union. Low fees and great perks, plus Iowa exclusives like your choice of a Hawkeye-powered Visa debit card, Iowa merchandise, and exclusive giveaways. You've spent more time at Finkbine than you have at your office, so we know you're a Hawkeye. Now make it pay with a Hawkeye account from Community Choice. Learn more at HawkeyeAccount.com.
For all things college baseball, including live games and talk. Tune into SiriusXM College Sports Radio Channel 84 and streaming on the SiriusXM app.
Minnesota 6, Iowa 1, as we're on to the bottom of the fourth inning. Risley, Narrett, and Geffrey coming to the plate for the Hawks. Risley struck out. Well, this trio of Hawkeyes all struck out their first time around. Change that. Facing Selvig, the Friday starter for the Gophers. First pitch to Riz is in for a strike. Miles, one of those hitters, usually takes one. Really don't see him swing on 0-0 pitches.
It's interesting, the different approaches. You know, some guys feel like that'll be the best pitch.
Mm-hmm.
Obviously, you see Gable and Caleb swing at those a lot. Miles the other way, kind of gets into a little rhythm of the at bat.
Ball and a strike on Risley. The pitch from Selvig. Miles goes 3/4 of the way through and missed. It's 1-2. He's got a few of those, too, where the check swing can't hold up or just fouls a piece off. 1-2. Swing and a miss. Risley strikes out.
Boy, and Selvig's had his number, too. Gets ahead and then comes back. Maybe that's this might be the time to attack that first pitch fastball and not get behind in the count.
Adjust. We'll see Narrett now. Selvig, the right-handed starter for the Gophers. Narrett swings at the first pitch and sends it into center field for a base hit. One-out single for Joey.
Io had a poorly hit ball find a hole.
About time. And Geffrey will come up. Iowa down by 5. Would like to see some signs of life here from the offensive side of things against Selvig. Certainly capable. Iowa overall the best batting average in the Big Ten. First pitch strike to Geffrey, low and in. Good spot for Selvig to live. Geffrey struck out to start the bottom of the second. Wind blowing in from right. Overcast skies remain.
I think you could still get a ball. Scoreboard and left of it, I think you could still get a ball out here now.
I think we're back to the original wind situation from the start of the game.
Agreed.
Narrett the runner at first. The 0-1 from Selvig. Geffrey hits on the ground to third. A one-hopper thrown to second for one. Over to first. Double play. 5-4-3 double play ends the threat for the Hawks. We're through 4. It's 6-1 Gophers. Back after this on the Hawkeye Radio Network from Learfield.
You power your day with passion and purpose. It's the same for Alliant Energy. We're modernizing the grid, blending new, renewable, and traditional energy sources to meet growing demand safely and reliably. We're rising to the challenge to meet your energy needs today and for generations to come. Visit AlliantEnergy.com/poweringBeyond to learn more.
Hello, Iowa. Here's a promise. Wherever you are in this great state, University of Iowa Healthcare is here for you, even if you never walk through our doors. Educating, caring, leading research, sharing our expertise with all. Because we believe that UI Healthcare is here to make all of Iowa better. UI Healthcare, changing medicine, changing lives. Visit uihealthcare.org.
New this spring, Brown Deer Golf Club in Coralville has partnered with Bread Garden Market for food and beverage operations. Let the Bread Garden Market staff plan your next event at Brown Deer and create a memorable experience with fantastic food and service. Divots Bar and Grill opens May 1st with delicious entrees for those who golf and those who love a good meal with a view. Brown Deer Golf Club, Meet your next neighborhood dining experience. I believe we're less than a month away from May 1st.
Woo. I think March absolutely flew by. What do you think, John? You have the same experience?
Yes, very much so.
We started March down in Frisco, Texas against Oregon State, wrapped it up a few days ago against Bradley. I just zipped right on by. Been a tough start to the series for Iowa today. We're in the fifth, and Minnesota's out to a 6-1 lead. The Gophers have scored in every inning today. 3 in the first, and then 1 in the second, third, and fourth. The zeros need to start coming if Iowa's going to have a shot to come back in this one. Guerin pitching to Martin, and has quickly gotten ahead 0-2. Three games against Minnesota this weekend, 2 o'clock tomorrow, and 1 o'clock on Easter Sunday. Guerin winds and fires the 0-2. Swing and a miss. He got Martin to chase. The back foot came out from behind him. Back-to-back strikeouts. That one the traditional way for Tyler.
Yeah, that one, I was hassling you about the home run call for Kyle Olivo. I'm like, oh, he's going to clip that forever.
Yeah.
Ty's probably not going to clip that last strikeout you called for him, but that one he might.
Time violation strikeouts or something else. One away for Allen.
How about the major league? The first major league game finally ended on an ABS challenge, as they overturned it to a called strike 3, which was very anticlimactic at that point.
Ball and a strike on Allen. So what do you think? If we're a few games into the ABS system, what are your thoughts?
Oh, I love it. I don't care about the 0.1 pitch that's off the plate. I care about the one that swing and a miss there, foul tip, strike 2. I care about the one that's 4 inches high or right down the middle of the plate and the guy misses it. Those are the ones that I care about, that it's great that they can get those right. And it quite frankly, my guess is umpires won't be calling balls and strikes for much longer.
1-2 pitch from Guerin is poked into right. Strohmeyer, he's been busy out there in right field. He makes another catch. 2 down. I kind of like what it does to the crowd, too. The crowd starts to build up on it. It's similar, I guess, to tennis. I watch a lot of tennis. You see Hawkeye, and it's like you watch the flight of the ball come in, and then did it clip it or not? And then the crowd really gets into it.
Well, and you see that international volleyball, you get that, where they've got the Hawkeye on the lines. But yeah, it's, I sent you the clip of the one that happened in the Reds game where, the problem is when you have a limited number of challenges, when you run out after you've shown up the umpire a couple times.
Yeah, good luck. This popped up on the infield. Guerin and Wolf come together. It's Guerin off the mound who makes the catch and runs right into the dugout. All right, 3 up, 3 down. Hey, it can be done, Hawks.
You wanted a 0. You got a 0.
Let's get the offense going now. Bottom of the 5th coming up, down 6-1. We're back after this on the Hawkeye Radio Network from Learfield.
You might think Iowa grows corn, but the truth is, corn grows Iowa. Corn can even fuel your drive to watch the Hawkeyes play when you choose Unleaded 88. It's a fuel that's cheaper, cleaner, and greener. Plus, it's homegrown, making Unleaded 88 the clear choice at the pump and totally worth the hype. So as you head to cheer on the Hawkeyes this season, don't just fuel up. Pump it up with Unleaded 88. Find Unleaded 88 at a station near you. Go to iowacorn.org/88.
Unwind in style at Riverside Casino and Golf Resort, where luxury and excitement come together. Tee off on a world-class golf course, savor gourmet dining, and enjoy premier entertainment and amenities that are second to none. Feeling lucky? Hit the slots or try your hand at our table games. There's always action on the floor. Whether you're here to relax, play, or indulge, Riverside offers more than just a getaway. It's an unforgettable experience. Visit Riverside Casino and Resort.com to learn more.
Community Choice scoreboard update. Just one other game going on. Purdue leads Illinois 5-0, headed to the bottom of the 6th inning. Purdue pitching, working on a no-no.
Ooh.
6 no-hit innings for Illinois, if I'm to believe the scoreboard there.
Huh. We'll see both of those teams later in the season, both in May. Illinois will be our last series here at Banks.
And Purdue's over in Des Moines, right?
Yes. Both of those teams, Illinois has always been a tough opponent for us. And Purdue's having a pretty good year at 18-9. I saw that they were one of the first 4 out.
Really?
Of the first D1 baseball predictions.
Well, you get the top of the Big Ten swing and a miss from Schulte on the first pitch. And you're getting kind of that type of depth in the Big Ten. If somebody could beat or steal a game from those teams, that's a huge resume boost.
0-1 to Schulte. Light off, 1-1. The Big Ten, according to D1 Baseball, their first predictions had 4 teams in the NCAA tournament. I think we could all guess who those would be. 3 of the 4 West Coast schools, and then Nebraska. Schulte hits one high to left. Back goes Lippy, still running. Track, wall, and it is gone. Moonshot home run for Cooper Schulte to lead off Iowa's 5th, and it's 6-2.
105 off the bat, only went 350, but well hit enough that, boy, we talked about it. You get a good quick 0, you go get a 1, but you know, the good news for Selvig is he hasn't given Iowa anything other than 2 solo shots, and so Iowa's just got to keep making him work and see if they can create some extra traffic.
Looking for that grinded out offensive approach. The pop has come and gone for Iowa as Strohmeyer tapped it foul over to the right. But Iowa needs to get back offensively to being tough 1 through 9 and putting pressure on the pitching staff. The 0-1, Strohmeyer over the top of it, swings and misses, 0-2.
That's pretty much what Selvig did after Mitchell led off the Hawkeye first with a home run, was just went to mow down mode.
Ground ball to the right side. Tough play for the infield of Minnesota with the shift on there, but it's Spanier from short to the right of second is able to retire Strohmeyer on the ground out.
Yeah, shortstop Spanier picks it up in a very traditional second base spot.
One out now for Jackson Frost. You just like to see Iowa get to the station-to-station baseball, moving runners. Leadoff home runs are great. We're certainly going to take them. But after that, then, get right back on it. Iowa only has 4 hits today. 2 of them are solo home runs.
And no walks and no hit by batter. I mean, that's the hard part about playing station-to-station is you have to keep holding up your end when Selvig isn't giving you anything.
Yeah, you're in charge of generating it all.
You know, usually the way you get there a lot of times is you get here's a walk to help out to sprinkle in with a hit or 2, and all of a sudden there's a lot of traffic and you got to run. But
ball and a strike on Frost, who's 0 for 1 today. The pitch, grounded foul left side, 1-2. And to credit Selvig, he hasn't even really been close to walking anybody, right?
I don't think so. I'd have to really go back and look, but I was just pulling up. He's thrown 72% strikes so far. Just 16 balls on the day, 17 now with the 1 to Frost.
Fouled off the end of the bat, so Frost stays alive at 1-2.
You know, a lot of times we see Iowa get to 2 strikes, and we see them being the tough out, fouling off some pitches, at least with certain guys in the lineup, and really just hasn't happened today either.
Selvig out of the windup, deals the 1-2. Frost swings and misses. 2 down now for Iowa in the 5th.
Minnesota's strikeout routine's interesting. Niels just fires it down to Bello, and instead of going around the horn, he just flips it back to Selvig. Do you believe in a push bunt here?
Yeah, they're in a different zip code on the right side of the infield. Jalen Ziegler is up. First pitch out of the zone from Selvig. (1-0). Ziegler hit foul. Jay-Z trying to get a 2-out rally start in the middle of this game. Iowa down 6-2 in the 5th. Ball and a strike. The pitch to Jay-Z. Hit in the air to left. Lippy tracking back. The ballpark will keep this one. And Ziegler flies out to end the 5th. Leadoff home run for Cooper Schulte. That's all for the Hawks. Schulte hits home run number 3 on his season. And Minnesota leads it 6-2. We're back after this. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
Whether they roll the dough or pour the joe, bake the bread or greet instead, your team goes the extra mile, and they deserve healthy eyes and a healthy smile. For plans that cover businesses of all sizes, Delta Dental customizes. With employer costs as low as $0, you can offer benefits and be a hero. Affordable coverage is a click away. Visit deltadentalia.com today.
At Mid-American Energy, our 1.6 million customers depend on our energy 24/7. That's why we work 24/7 to deliver the safe, reliable energy you need. To keep our 99.9% reliability record, we're enhancing our technology, improving resiliency, and investing in critical infrastructure. We're generating power from all available resources to cover any increases in demand. And we're innovating to ensure you always have the energy you need. Mid-American Energy, obsessively, relentlessly at your service.
John Evans and John Leo with you from the broadcast booth at Duane Banks Field in Iowa City. We're on to the 6th inning of the series opener. Minnesota up on Iowa 6-2. Fridays have been difficult for the Hawks this year. Iowa only has 2 Friday wins, FAU and Lindenwood.
Tough to sweep a series when you don't win on Friday.
Yeah, and just so much more pressure than on the rest of the weekend. And this is a crucial, huge, major series for the Hawks at 3-6 in the Big Ten. Guerin continuing to pitch for Iowa. And 4th time around for the Golden Gopher offense as Spanier is in the box.
Yeah, Selvig has thrown 66 pitches. Iowa pitchers have thrown 121. Whoa. If you want to talk about efficiency and getting outs.
Good pitch from Tyler. Taken for strike 2.
And funny enough, Iowa's thrown 60% strikes. So it feels bad at times, but it's been strikes and then just far more timely hitting from Minnesota.
0-2. Just off the plate outside. That's a very good 2-strike pitch there from Tyler. Now you don't need to waste any more, right?
Right. Now you need to get back around, or you can't throw now the 85-mile-an-hour slider into the left-handed batter's box.
1-2. Foul tip into the glove of Geffrey. It's a strikeout for Guerin.
Put it right back on the outer edge of the plate. Got the chase. Good hang again from Geffrey. He's been really good behind the plate today. He's been asked to do a lot.
Those pitch totals, we've been able to get the outs. We've been taking the long way home.
We have certainly taken the scenic route. Our GPS has led us astray a couple times.
Couple of laps around the block and then pulling it into the drive, huh? Richter is up for the Gophers, the 2-hitter for Minnesota. Doubled his last time up, 1 for 3 this afternoon. Guerin deals the 1-0 to him. Hit well to left center. Outfielders on the run. Narrett still going back. Joey leaps up, and he can't make this play. It's off the wall as Narrett crashes into the wall. Richter heading for third. Here comes the throw there. It's late. It is a triple to the opposite field for Easton Richter, his second triple of the season. Going to have to check on Joey out there in left. Looks like he pops up and he's okay. He crashed into that wall in front of the scoreboard.
I think you should check the wall. I've seen Joey up close. You should check the wall.
Full steam into it.
Joey's fine. And Richter was flying, man. That was
never broke stride.
No, that was just what a fantastic running stride, just coming all the way around. He was gliding.
And here's Niels. And him leaning on the front foot, off speed from Tyler. Good start for TG. Runner at third and 1 out. Back-to-back innings for Iowa that the Hawks have been able to get the leadoff man out. It's a 1-2-3 inning for Tyler in the 5th. Runner at third and 1 out. He's got Niels fishing and chasing and missing on that one. 0-2. Huge opportunity for Iowa's comeback chances here to hold Minnesota off the board. Here's the 0-2. Fouled back.
Boy, that was caught a lot more plate than you wanted with that one. Boy, you just saw him. Now, I guess I'll take it, I suppose. You changed his eye level. You gave him the low one. You just showed him a high one. Boy, that's the one that got Bleeker in trouble early. So.
And I was going to add, that was a good thing that Niels swung at that about 60% power. It was not a full swing from him. He just kind of went through the zone here. We'll see what Tyler throws at 0-2. Line drive into right and into the corner, a base hit. This is extra bases in major trouble for the Hawks as Niels will put on the brakes at second. A sharp line drive into the right field corner, and it's 7-2 Gophers now in the 6th.
Boy, you made him look silly on the breaking ball, and then you try to throw a fastball past him, and just a good piece of hitting there. Didn't try to do anything with it, just put the bat out on it. Iowa had a power shift on. Got 2 guys on that side of the field. That's a lot of ground to cover for two guys.
Deficit now back to 5 for Iowa. 7-2 in the 6th.
Yeah, Iowa's not been able to. I mean, they haven't got very many zeros anyway. But both Iowa zeros, both Iowa ones have been answered by runs by Minnesota. So.
Mound visit for Carter Geffrey and Tyler Guerin. Guerin struck out Spanier to start this inning and then gave up a triple and a double. Got some activity in the Iowa bullpen. We'll never be able to see who it is down there ever again because of the new clubhouse, which is very nice. But we'll have to just wait and see.
We need a little bullpen cam.
Yep.
Funny enough, those are just – Tyler had only given up 3 extra base hits on the season. The first double he's given up on the season. Did he give it one or maybe he gave it one earlier?
Yeah, he's given up a couple today.
Yeah, Geffrey was buying some time for Coach Heller.
We'll let you know who the new Iowa pitcher is after this pitching change break. Tyler did his best to eat some innings for the Hawkeyes today, but it will not make it through the 6th as Iowa is down by 5. It's 7-2. We'll wait for the official signal down to the pen. Coach Heller talking to his team on the mound right now.
I'm surprised the home plate umpire has not gone and grabbed him yet. This is kind of impressive, actually, for how long he's allowed this to happen.
Right.
I don't think there's been an official call yet.
And there it is. All right, we'll take a pitching change break, let you know who the new Iowa pitcher is when we come back. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
The silly moments, the proud moments, even the hard moments. They're what make life remarkable. And they're why Wellmark Blue Cross and Blue Shield is here for every moment. Committed to making healthcare better, more affordable, with more choices for care. And service and coverage that give you peace of mind no matter what comes your way. So you can show up for every tender moment, every brave moment, and every wouldn't miss it for the world moment, knowing that Blue is here for you. Go to Wellmark.com/every moment to find a plan right for you.
Save time when you shop online with Hy-Vee. Hy-Vee makes it easy to order groceries online through our app or Hy-Vee.com. Pickup is always free. And if you have a Perks Plus membership, you get free delivery and free express pickup. Shop online with Hy-Vee and you can create and save grocery lists, shop the sales, and get fuel savers. Talk about convenience. Order groceries online today. Check out Hy-Vee.com or download the Hy-Vee app.
New pitcher into the game is Justin Hackett, but first we will pause 10 seconds for station identification. This is Iowa Hawkeye Baseball. Hackett into the game for Iowa in the 6th. Minnesota 7 and Iowa 2.
10 appearances for Justin. He's got a save. 15 innings, 17 hits, 13 runs have all been earned. 10 walks, 19 strikeouts. 10 of those 17 hits have been extra base hits. So really important. Just like for Guerin to eat a couple innings and help the bullpen out. A huge opportunity here for your senior to come in, get some outs, keep the deficit where it is, and give your offense a chance to win the game.
And for whatever reason, this has not been the year that Justin was anticipating. It's off to we're getting to the midway point of the year, and it's been a little tough sledding for Justin. We were not expecting that.
No, he'd found some of the velo. He'd gotten healthy and was finding some of the velocity. His confidence was back, and now the home plate umpire is going to walk and get brained here.
Look out, dude. What are you thinking?
Justin's throwing warm-up pitches, and the home plate umpire is just starting to stroll across. See a big spot here. Again, it's what would you? I mean, basically, it's halfway through the season, give or take.
Yeah.
I mean, so if you're
almost there, yep.
If you're Justin here, this is your first half wasn't what you wanted, but that doesn't mean the second half can't be what you wanted.
I was hoping to be, Hackett and Husak to close some games out for us this year, and Justin has been in middle of games, early in games. Haven't seen him late in games.
Well, just haven't seen the idea was, I was going to kind of go to that Friday. We're going to go here, and get through the games, and it just.
Here's a ground ball to the right side. Mitchell has to charge it hard. Gable quickly to first. Retires Hamilton. Niels moves over to third. 2 down now. Yeah, the pitching plan. I was doing the best with considering the circumstances. The replacing 3 starters from a year ago, and then having some injuries to this year's staff that was projected to carry a lot of the innings for Iowa.
Everybody has a plan until they get punched by Mike Tyson.
Right. First pitch swinging is Lippy. Sends one in the air, first base side. Wolf moving over, but it's foul.
And that's what Iowa's pitching plans felt like that to some degree. Is you've got kind of how you want it to go, and then you've got how it's gone, and those two things do not line up and jive here so far this year.
It's going to be hard enough replacing Cade, Aaron, and Reese. It's going to be hard enough, and then it's not really gone to plan so far this year. No balls and a strike on Lippy, the pitch from Hackett. Fastball upstairs, 1-1.
Well, as I talked to Coach Sutherland, that was one of the things we talked about. Iowa has been relatively fortunate in that they've over the past few years, they've kind of known, and guys have rolled out, and the Friday guys, the Saturday guys, floats that one up high. The Sunday guy may have been up for some debate at times, but for the most part, even, what was it? It would have been like Brody and Marcus's sophomore year and Cade's freshman year. We jiggled them around a little bit, but they all threw the games. It just they didn't necessarily swing and a miss there. They all didn't throw on Friday, Saturday, and Sunday like last year worked out so well.
We didn't know the order with those guys. Yep.
Didn't always know the order, but you knew which 3 guys were going to get the ball. And again, they didn't get as deep into games as they developed into later.
2-2 pitch from Hackett is up and in, ball 3.
But you could kind of set that plan up, and you saw that with Anthony Watts last year. You kind of knew he was going to follow Cade, and you knew Cade was going to give you 5 to 7 good innings.
Full count pitch to Lippy. Here it is. Fouled in the air to the right.
Iowa right now might kill for a starter to give him 5 good innings.
Right.
That's just been
on one of the days, and we don't really know.
On any day, and so it's hard to build a plan around that, and it's hard to put that much consistent pressure on your bullpen because most of these guys don't throw twice a weekend.
Full count, another payoff pitch. Swing and a miss. Hackett threw it by him at 93. Good fastball from Justin. He strikes out Lippy, and it is 7-2 Gophers as Minnesota adds another. And we'll be back for the bottom of the sixth after this. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
If you love great Hawkeye stories, don't miss the Fight for Iowa podcast with Gary Dolphin. Each week, Dolph brings you in-depth conversations with the athletes, coaches, and community members who define the Hawkeye spirit. From big moments to personal journeys, it's the stories that make Iowa special. Catch new episodes every week. Search Fight for Iowa wherever you get your podcasts.
Save time when you shop online with Hy-Vee. Hy-Vee makes it easy to order groceries online through our app or Hy-Vee.com. Pickup is always free. And if you have a Perks Plus membership, you get free delivery and free express pickup. Shop online with Hy-Vee and you can create and save grocery lists, shop the sales, and get fuel savers. Talk about convenience. Order groceries online today. Check out Hy-Vee.com or download the Hy-Vee app.
Bottom of the sixth inning in Iowa City. The Hawks trail by 5 at 7-2 Gophers. Top of the order due up. Mitchell, Wolf, and Risley. Part of the order, well, I suppose you could say most of Iowa's order has been held in check today, but the top has had a little bit of trouble setting the table. Combined 1 for 6. This is the third time through for Iowa. Mitchell 1 for 2 today with a home run. Iowa down 7-2. Selvig continuing to pitch for the Gophers. He's into the sixth. First pitch to Gable is hit on the ground to short. Hard charge by Spanier. Throw to first is in time to get Gable.
Well, even bobbled it in his glove a little bit, and he still made a great play.
One away for Caleb Wolf now.
We kind of talked about that too. That's first pitch swinging there, turning it into an out. That's 67 pitches now here as we're into the bottom of the sixth inning.
Caleb's got to take one, and he does for a strike. Iowa has not had many base runners today. The Hawks have 4 hits, nothing free from the Gophers. A couple of leadoff home runs in innings. A 1-out single and a couple of 1-out singles. Ball and a strike on Wolf. Bases clear and 1 out. Pitch to Caleb. Skied into center. Routine for Richter. He's got it. 2 down.
Selvig has just been outstanding today.
Cooled off in the strikeout department, where the first time through he struck out 4 Hawkeyes. 2 strikeouts since then. Trusting his defense, and I think, to your point, John, the location of his pitches, Iowa has not been able to barrel up, and that has been a tough spot for the Iowa offense today. 2 outs for Risley. Fastball down the middle. He watched it go by. Oh, 1. That's down and in. Risley got a good look at it. Stayed away from it. 7-2 Gophers, bottom 6. Risley lines into right center field for a base hit. Miles goes opposite field for a 2-out single.
Beat the shift.
Yes.
Ball kind of squirreled away from Minnesota coming to the infield there, but Selvig, of course, has done a little bit of everything, backs up the play.
Narrett's a good guy to come up in this spot. Joey's 1 for 2 with a single today, and he's got quite a bit of pop in his bat. I have a hard time getting it out to right, though. Joey would have to go opposite field if he could barrel one up. Just take a base hit, keep the inning going, to be honest. 7-2 Gophers, bottom 6.
16 extra base hits on the year for Joey. I'd do my quick math right, that would lead the team. So Iowa, not exactly a heavy home run hitting team, but pretty solid with doubles and triples, so they've pushed the slugging percentage up there decently enough.
Narrett in the box, first pitch to him, leaning forward, and he missed it. Iowa has 67 doubles coming into the game today, leads the Big Ten. No balls in a strike, and the pitch to Narrett. Got a piece of it and fouled it back.
We've seen this battle, change up, change up. I don't know if Selvig probably doesn't have 94, 95, but if he's got 93, will he try to bust Joey in on the hands with the fastball? Do you like the triple change?
We'll see. The 0-2 is the changeup that swung on and missed. Narrett strikes out, and Iowa leaves a runner on. It's 7-2 Gophers. We're on to the 7th after this on the Hawkeye Radio Network from Learfield.
The silly moments, the proud moments, even the hard moments. They're what make life remarkable. And they're why Wellmark Blue Cross and Blue Shield is here for every moment. Committed to making healthcare better, more affordable, with more choices for care. And service and coverage that give you peace of mind no matter what comes your way. So you can show up for every tender moment, every brave moment, and every wouldn't miss it for the world moment, knowing that Blue is here for you. Go to wellmark.com/every moment to find a plan right for you.
You're a Hawkeye. You named your dog Kinnick and your cat Herky. Your morning alarm is back in black. Yep, you're a Hawkeye. And now it pays to be a Hawkeye with a Hawkeye account from Community Choice Credit Union. Low fees and great perks. Plus Iowa exclusives like your choice of a Hawkeye-powered Visa debit card, Iowa merchandise, and exclusive giveaways. You've spent more time at Finkbine than you have at your office, so we know you're a Hawkeye. Now make it pay with a Hawkeye account from Community Choice. Learn more at HawkeyeAccount.com.
John Evans and John Leo in Iowa City opening the series with Minnesota this weekend. On to the 7th. It's 7-2 Gophers. They've just kept arm's distance away the whole time today, and Iowa has not been able to break through as we get into the final 3 innings of this one.
Yeah, we kind of obviously started arm's distance with the 3-run top of the first, and Iowa looked like they might have something with the home run comeback in the first, and then Iowa gave it right back, and it's kind of been, again, Minnesota scored in 5 of the 6 innings so far, so just got to find a way to, Tyler had one quick 1-2-3 inning and really need that out of Justin Hackett right now to kind of feel like you've got a chance here, because Iowa bats aren't really showing that much more life than Iowa pitching right now.
Right. It looks like, it feels like one of those games that it's just not necessarily coming together on either side, not getting a spark from either facet of the game. As Charlie Sutherland will lead it off, Hackett fires one to him, and it's popped up left side. Frost spinning around at third base into foul ground. Jakeson's got it for the first out of the inning. Boy, he was twisting and turning, and he kind of took a lap around, and then he made the play.
It was an interesting way to really get camped under a ball, but he looked good doing it. It didn't look like he was stumbling or tripping. It just, now you get enough wind blowing around, pushing it over there that it's kind of chased it over. Stay in the zone, get some outs here.
Good start for Hackett in the 7th as he's pitching now to Jamison Martin. Pumps a fastball by him at 92. Strike one. Righty on righty matchup here, the 0-1. Popped up, out of play over the right. Oh, 0-2 is the count on the 7-hitter and second baseman Martin. He's played a good second base for the Gophers today. That's a pretty good pitch there from Hackett. Breaking ball drifted low and away.
Yeah, that's a really good take. That's again kind of that's the pitch you want to try to get a hitter to chase when you're ahead 0-2. Now get back after it.
And he does with a fastball at the knees. He threw it right by Martin, who was not expecting that. 93 for strike 3.
Got him with a fastball at the top of the zone. Got him with a fastball at the bottom of the zone. So good job from Justin controlling both halves, or both sides of the zone there.
2 down for Allen. Finish off this inning strong, Justin. First pitch. Boy, a lot of break on the curveball, and it dropped down below the zone. Count is 1-0 on Allen, the right fielder. The pitch, swing and a miss. Down a couple of ticks there from Justin, but it was effective on the outer third of the plate, 1-1. Bases clear and 2 outs. Hackett goes back to the fastball just outside. Good looking pitch from Hack, but out, I guess.
Yeah, whatever. Go with that.
I thought that pitch was better than the one he threw before. He got Allen to swing at it. It's 2-1. Up and in on the hands. Justin missed. 3-1.
See if Hack can shake off the call here and get back in the keep on his edges and get back in the zone. Get command of your pitch here.
Jeffrey gives him a wide target, the 3-1. Swing and a miss. Three balls and 2 strikes as Hackett comes set. He delivers. And Allen fights it off. Foul ball in the air to the right.
A lot of fastballs from Hackett here. Trust the curveball. The 12-6 curveball on 3-2.
We'll see. No. Fastball down. And Allen will walk, and that'll bring up the 9-hitter. Jack Bello.
Pretty good pitch there.
Yeah, I didn't mind it.
I mean, he's missed by a lot. Just bottom of the zone. Good job from Allen to lay off.
Bello has a home run today. Fly out and a pop-up. Got a piece of it, fouled it into the glove of Jeffrey. Good start for Hackett.
Almost been exclusively fastball here to the right-handers of late.
Has been his best pitch today. He's thrown it so much. The 0-1. Runner takes off. Ball is high. Throw to second. Gets into right field after deflecting off of Mitchell and Allen. And so Allen takes third.
So that'll be a stolen base and then an error on Jeffrey.
Two outs can still limit the damage and keep the Gophers off the board. Important with the runner at third now. You really just don't want to see the top of this order in this inning.
No. Let's
go right at this guy.
Get your 0. Finish this up. 8 walks, 26 strikeouts coming into the game. So got a guy you can go get.
Ball and 2 strikes. Hackett's pitch. Drop just low and out. Bello gave up on it pretty quickly.
Yeah, he threw the off-speed pitch there.
7-2 Gophers in the 7th. 2 balls and 2 strikes as Hackett readies. And he fires. Strike 3 called. Breaker that started shoulder height and dropped right in for strike 3.
Set him up with a low changeup away, threw the curveball in and got the out, left the runner stranded at third.
Justin looking good out of the Iowa bullpen. Time for the 7th inning stretch. We'll be back after this with Iowa trailing 7-2. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
Here come the Hawkeyes.
And a Stockie racing to the basket, layup good.
Iowa Athletics is gearing up for another amazing season filled with exciting matchups and electrifying plays. Working hard into the corner. Koch hits a 3. Get your game face ready and come on out to cheer the Hawkeyes on all season long. Visit HawkeyeSports.com to find tickets, schedules, game times, and more. On Iowa, go Hawks.
Touchdown! Touchdown, Iowa!
If you or someone you know is having thoughts of suicide, experiencing a mental health or substance use crisis, or just need someone to listen, 988 provides a direct connection to free, confidential, and compassionate support. When you call, text, or chat 988, you'll be quickly connected to trained crisis counselors who will listen to your concerns, provide support, and connect you to additional resources if needed. There is hope. You are not alone. For 24/7 support, call or text 988 or chat 988lifeline.org.
Bottom of the 7th, Iowa in some trouble this afternoon, trailing Minnesota 7-2. It'll be Geffrey, Schulte, and Strohmeyer. Iowa has struggled in Friday games this year and have not broken through against Selvig, who is trying to get through 7 for Minnesota. Setting up the Gophers pretty nicely for their weekend. As Geffrey climbs into the box, standing in from the right side, first pitch to him, breaking ball, snapped in there. Ooh, called a ball up and in.
Yeah, 6 1/3 is Selvig's season high.
Ball and no strikes. The next pitch is in there for a strike. Popped out of the glove of Niels, but didn't fool Mike Fichter behind the dish. 1-1.
10 strikeouts is his season high, and he's sitting at 8 of those. So
he's had a strikeout in every inning but the third. Geffrey able to lay off a pitch up and away. Two balls and a strike on Iowa's 5-hitter. The next pitch, swing and a miss.
Yeah, his season opening start against Houston, he struck out 6 and didn't walk a batter. It's the only outing he hasn't walked a batter. Only other outing, as he has not walked one yet today.
2-2. That's down and away. Ball 3. This might be the first 3-ball count we've seen from him.
I'd have to, yeah.
I'm looking behind us, John. I got somebody on it.
I would say you talk for a while. I'll go look.
It is the first 3-ball count, according to Kyle. Full count. Pitch to Geffrey. Hit in the air to left and in front of Lippy for a base hit. Geffrey went down to get it, and he golfed it for a leadoff single.
That's a 109 off the bat. Iowa's hit several balls hard. Unfortunately, a couple of them were right at guys.
First time today, aside from the leadoff home runs, that Iowa's had the leadoff man on base. String something together. Cooper Schulte is up. He's 2 for 2 today with a home run and a single. First pitch to Coop. He bunted in front of the plate, picked up quickly by Niels, and he throws it down to first to get Schulte.
Unfortunately, I don't think he was bunting for as a sacrifice, and that bunt just didn't get out away from home plate. Easy play for Niels to pop out and make the play. So
Cooper is one of Iowa's hottest hitters today. I'm a little surprised he dropped down a bunt at all. But maybe with the way the luck has felt on Iowa's side, I don't know. Strohmeyer up now 0 for 2 today with a couple of groundouts to short, and he takes strike one. They've got the big shift on for Strohmeyer.
And worse was you took a 6-7 pitch at bat that Geffrey had, and you turned it into a 1-pitch out right behind.
Yep. 0-1 on Strohmeyer with Geffrey at second. The pitch off the plate away, 1-1. Kellen does a nice job defending that edge. Didn't go after it.
Selvig's done a nice job, though, too. That fastball's still 93, so he's held the velocity up pretty well.
1-1's in the dirt. Nice block by Niels. No chase from Strohmeyer. Matt Delgado in Iowa's on-deck circle.
So he'll bat for Jackson Frost more than likely.
2-1. And a pitch to Strohmeyer. Inside, called a strike. 2-2. Maybe Kellen could go opposite field. A lot of room on the left side of the infield. As the 2-2 is hit on the ground right side. Spaniers got it again. Throw over to first. It pulled him off the bag. And Iowa's got a couple runners on now. Spanier made a really nice play to get to that ball for the third time against Strohmeyer, but his throw was very poor, and it pulled Bello off the bag. Iowa's got runners at first and third for Matt Delgado.
That was 100 off the bat again. And Spanier all the way. I mean, he was almost playing just a lightly shifted second base. And with Strohmeyer's wheels getting down the line, we'll get a mound visit here.
Minnesota's got a staff member coming out, heading to the mound.
I haven't seen anybody throw yet in the Minnesota bullpen, so I think this is still more defensive and asking him how he's doing, because I mean, it wasn't until the sixth inning that Minnesota got directions on where the bullpen was before they sent anybody down there. And everybody's been doing more of the plyo and loosening stuff as opposed to actual warming up and throwing.
Mound visit broken up. Iowa's got a real shot here. With runners at the corners and one out, down by 5. Matt Delgado will be up for the Hawks. Delgado hitting an even 300. 2 home runs and a double and a triple for Delhi. First and third with one out in the bottom of the 7th. Iowa down 7-2. First pitch to Delgado. Spinner that he went 3/4 of the way through the zone. Thank goodness he didn't make contact. 0-1.
I mean this in the nicest way possible. How did Delhi get his triple?
I got to think back. I'll have to flip back in the book on that one. I don't remember. I should remember, John. That's bad on me. No balls and a strike. The pitch. Delgado swings and misses. Pulled the head and the foot there. And Selvig's been working outside on the slider. And he's had Delgado fooled. Counts 0-2. Selvig ready, the pitch. Outside. 1-2 now.
Through the first two in basically the same channel. Through that one. Went wider, which is probably a smart move. You don't want to throw the same pitch 3 times in a row. You might get a guy, but he also might make you pay for the third time.
1-2 now. The next pitch. In on the hands. It hit Delgado in the hand. He's hopping around behind the plate. The bases are going to be loaded for the Hawks.
Golly, got him again, though. That's not what you want to see from a guy that missed time for that exact thing.
Got hit in the hand. Delgado's going to have a runner for him anyway. It'll be Ben Swales, who's going to go in and play third. Right, Delgado, man, oh man, he's been dealing with a hand injury all year. And he got that one run in. Wrist, forearm, ouch.
First free base for the Hawkeyes on the day.
Again, a right-hander now getting loose for Minnesota, but again, a real shot for the Hawks. Bottom of the 7th, bases loaded, 1 out. A team that's been pretty flatlined all day has a chance here late. Jalen Ziegler, the batter, he takes ball 1 downstairs.
Yeah, I can't tell if that's Jenke or Sperry, but I promise you it's one of the two.
"1-0. Ziegler takes inside corner for a strike.
Funny enough, I wouldn't hate seeing the bunt here either with how deep the infield is.
1-1, he took it for strike 2. I think that's out of the question now, John, but I loved where you were at there. Infield so far back, and Jay-Z's been good with the bat. You're going to have to be really careful now. 1-2. Selvig out of the windup, he pitches, and Ziegler chased a pitch in the dirt and strikes out. Man, oh man, that was a really tough at bat. Oof.
Took 2 really good strikes and then swung at the diving changeup. Yeah, we talk about it with the pitchers. Trusting your stuff and going up there, and that's you got to trust your stuff as a hitter too. That get on that early, swing the bat.
Here's Gable, bases loaded, 2 outs. First pitch low. Gable's 1 for 3 today. He's got a home run all the way back in the first. He has a fly out and a ground out since then. The 1-0 pitch. That's across for a strike, 1-1. This feels like the ball game right here.
I'd agree with that.
Iowa's either going to have a shot or this was the chance.
Or this could pop the balloon pretty good.
The 1-1. Check swing. Gable went 1-2. Going to hear a lot of noise from the left side of this field if Selvig can get the Gophers out of this trouble.
Yeah, Minnesota's been chirping quite well today anyway, and there'll be reason to chirp if they get out of this.
1-2. Gable lines into left field, into the gap, and it's down for a base hit. Geffrey scores. Here comes Strohmeyer. He scores. It's a double to left center. And the Hawks are within 3. It's 7-4.
Boy, we killed Bleeker early on about leaving the ball up with 2 strikes. Selvig makes one of his only mistakes of the day, leaves a 2-strike pitch to Mitchell up where he can see it. And with the shift on, he just poked it the other way. And this isn't done yet now. Boy, all of a sudden Wolfe comes up in a huge spot to get Iowa even more into the game.
What's Lippy doing playing in the left field corner there? I thought that was trouble, like that somebody might catch that for Minnesota, and I looked, and Lippy's in the corner there in left. Thank goodness.
Yeah, I've kind of described the 7 pieces of turf. Lippy is over in turf piece 1.
Take a pitch here, Caleb. I think Caleb needs to take one. He swings and fouls it back.
Probably swung at a strike, I guess, so no real harm done.
Second and third and 2 outs.
Lippy's now he's
straddling.
Yeah, and I mean you've got center. They're now shifting him, so I don't know if they're going to pitch him differently here. They've changed kind of where they are.
No balls and a strike on Wolfe. The pitch inside. Caleb turned away from it, almost hit by it. 1-1. Base hit, and Iowa would be down by 1. You'd think Gable would score on contact.
Yeah, with how deep the outfield is, Mitchell will get in.
1-1. Caleb sends a chopper up the middle. Long run by the second baseman. Picks it off the turf. Throw to first is in time. And Wolfe grounds out. Hawks leave a couple of runners on, but score 2, and Iowa's pulled within 3 as we move to the 8th. Minnesota 7 and Iowa 4. Back after this. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
If you or someone you know is having thoughts of suicide, experiencing a mental health or substance use crisis, 988 provides the direct connection to free, confidential, and compassionate support. When you call, text, or chat 988, you'll be quickly connected to trained crisis counselors who will listen to your concerns, provide support, and connect you to additional resources if needed. There is hope. You are not alone. For 24/7 support, call or text 988 or chat 988lifeline.org. A message from Iowa HHS.
Cancer doesn't care. It doesn't care what you look like, how old you are, what you do, or where you live. We do. University of Iowa Healthcare is doing more to beat cancer than anyone in the state. From second opinions to life-saving treatments that happen here first. We lead the way in research, training, and care because we believe that UI Healthcare is here to make all of Iowa better. UI Healthcare, changing medicine, changing lives. Visit uihealthcare.org.
On to the 8th inning in Iowa City, Minnesota 7 and Iowa 4. The Hawkeyes got a couple back there in the 7th. Signs of life from the offense. Need to throw up a 0 now against the Gophers as Hackett will be facing the top of the Gopher order.
Yeah, Hack's got to get through this. This Spanier will come up for the 5th time. Purdue leads Illinois 6-0, bottom of the 8th inning. Illinois does have a hit now. Oregon and Michigan early going, bottom of the 2nd inning. Michigan State and Northwestern headed to the bottom of the 3rd inning. Both of those games are scoreless. That's the Community Choice scoreboard. All right, Justin. 3 quick outs after your team scored some runs. Get back in there, give Risley a chance to lead off the bottom of the 8th.
Top of the order, Spanier is in the box. Hackett delivers a breaking ball, 12-6 for strike 1. He's got that rolling curveball. No balls in a strike. The pitch popped up towards the Iowa dugout. This is out of play over to the right. Ben Swales in the game at 3rd. So Ben, good enough to play a couple innings for us. As he enters as the pinch runner the last inning. 0-2, low and away.
Yeah, that's a tough one because to me, if you're not good enough to start, it's going to be hard to. I mean, maybe there's an innings limit or a lower risk, but
fastball up and in on the hands, 2-2. You need to get the story on that. So Justin got ahead real nice at 0-2. He's now thrown a couple out of the zone to even things up. The pitch. High ball 3. Come on. Iowa scored a couple of runs in the 7th, left a little meat on the bone. A couple runners left on in scoring position. Really need a 0 here. And it starts by attacking Spanier, and count is full now. Hackett's pitch. Lost him. Man, oh man.
Unfortunately, when he's walked today, he's scored. So Iowa will have to buck that trend here real hard.
From 0-2 to a walk.
The 0-2 pitch or the 1-2 pitch was pretty close. After that, I'm not sure that they were really that close.
And with Justin, it's the over-the-top delivery, so you can tell pretty much right away a pitch that is going to be high or low might be totally out of it. Richter is up. A couple of hits today, both of the extra variety, a double and a triple. Taking forever to get in the box. Now we're ready. Pickoff move to first. Just a lob over there. So we're in the 8th. Minnesota 7, Iowa 4.
So I thought you had 8 seconds. You must have 12 because he was looking back at the clock. That's his routine. Looks back at the clock to make sure that it doesn't get pitched.
First pitch, waved at and missed. Good start for Justin. I've noticed a few people do that. Carter Geffrey does it for us. He looks at the clock before he moves his eyes and attention to the pitcher. 0-1 on Richter. Hackett will throw it over to first again.
Well, it's even safer than looking down because, you look down, you might not get it from the umpire. You look backwards, it's pretty obvious you are not engaging the pitcher.
Good lead at first by Spanier. Hackett throws it over again. Spanier extending his lead. Next pitch, off speed from Justin. He dropped it in there for a strike. And now back-to-back hitters that he's gotten ahead of, 0-2.
We could use a little rollover ground ball right to Mitchell right now.
Really could.
Fool him, get it right to Gable.
(0-2) from Hackett. Low. We can tolerate one chase pitch. Let's not get back into the zone of getting anywhere near a full count. Get back in the zone here.
Yeah, I'll go find fresh air here.
1 ball and 2 strikes. And the pitch, low, ball 2.
Again, that's a good pitch,
yes.
though.
Change up, yes.
It's a change up. It doesn't miss the zone by much. It's a hitter that right now isn't expanding the zone, so you're going to have to get back in and go get him.
And that's what we know about Minnesota coming into this game. Drawn the most walks in the Big Ten.
Again,
so they're not going to chase very often.
Right. There's a difference between getting back in the zone and driving one down the middle of the plate at belt high. You can still attack the edges. And my guess is that's what Justin did. He just missed. It's not that big a deal on those.
2-2. Justin's next pitch drifted high and away, and the count's full.
Unfortunately, that one then,
Game certainly hanging in the balance in the 8th. Iowa down by 3. Cannot afford any more for the Gophers. After a leadoff walk, the 3-2 is fouled back. I don't know if Richter chased ball 4 there. What do you think, John? That was pretty high.
It almost felt like he thought of it as a hit and run, and it was like, well, you were going to walk anyway.
Yeah. We'll do it again. Another payoff pitch coming from Hackett to Richter. Justin takes a deep breath, now delivers high and out, ball 4. Man, oh man.
I just want to see Justin trust the fastball. Go get the guy.
I'm not even sure what pitch that was. That floated so high and away from him. It was, again, it right out of the hand.
Yeah, it had screwball action. It actually worked back towards the right-handed batter's box.
Back-to-back walks to start the 8th. That'll do it for Justin. Coach Heller to the mound. Iowa down 7-4. And a new pitcher coming in for Iowa. We'll let you know who it is after this pitching change break on the Hawkeye Radio Network from Learfield.
The silly moments, the proud moments, even the hard moments. They're what make life remarkable. And they're why Wellmark Blue Cross and Blue Shield is here for every moment. Committed to making healthcare better, more affordable, with more choices for care. And service and coverage that give you peace of mind no matter what comes your way. So you can show up for every tender moment, every brave moment, and every wouldn't miss it for the world moment, knowing that Blue is here for you. Go to Wellmark.com/every moment to find a plan right for you.
Save time when you shop online with Hy-Vee. Hy-Vee makes it easy to order groceries online through our app or Hy-Vee.com. Pickup is always free. And if you have a Perks Plus membership, you get free delivery and free express pickup. Shop online with Hy-Vee and you can create and save grocery lists, shop the sales, and get fuel savers. Talk about convenient. Order groceries online today. Check out Hy-Vee.com or download the Hy-Vee app.
Iowa's new pitcher is Joe Husak. He enters in the 8th. Iowa down 7-4, and runners at first and second for the Gophers and nobody out. Husak into the game.
10 appearances for Joe. He's 1-0 on the season with a save. 14 2/3 innings, 13 hits, 7 runs have all been earned. Walked just 1, 16 strikeouts. Opponents hitting just .245 against him. He got knocked around a little bit by UCLA last week, but otherwise he's been very good in his appearances for Iowa.
Exactly what we were hoping for when we found out that Husak was coming to Iowa City. He has been a great addition to the program, and he'll come in. Iowa's got a chance in this one, and so Husak, in an attempt to hold and maintain that opportunity for Iowa, will come in the 8th. It'll be Niels, who's got a couple of hits today. Doubled his last time up. Iowa's been down by 5 most of the game. Got a couple back in the bottom of the 7th. Runners at first and second for Minnesota. The responsibility is on Joe Husak now to get Iowa out of trouble. Back here tomorrow at 2 o'clock against the Golden Gophers, Game 2 of the series. 1 o'clock on Easter Sunday. Righty-on-righty matchup. Husak ready to pitch to Niels. First one from Joe. Snap the slider low and out for a ball. Niels hitting .357, having a good day for Minnesota. Ball and no strikes. Next pitch from Husak. Blooped foul and out of play over to the right. Iowa will have Risley, Narrett, and Geffrey due up in the bottom of the 8th. Down by 3, you got a shot. Any more than that, man, it really feels like an uphill climb. Ball and a strike on Niels. Husak readies and pitches. Inside, just about hit him, 2-1. Husak will go to the rosin bag and try to settle in the 8th. Two balls and a strike. Husak checking the runner at second. Next pitch. Grounded foul over to the right. 2-2 now. Husak taking a look at the runner at second, now delivers the 2-2, a slider down and away. Ball 3. Count is full. Full count pitch. And Husak steps off. And not in time, though. He commits the time violation on a 3-2 count. And they'll be loaded up now for Hamilton. Boy, I tell you what.
How full is your bingo card now, man?
No kidding. There have been a few moments in this game, tip your cap to Minnesota. There have been other things that have just been frustrating as all get out.
And those are the ones that drive Coach Heller crazy.
Hamilton's up now with the bases loaded, nobody out. Husak hit him. My, oh my. 8-4 Gophers.
Leaned into that one beautifully.
Thinking the same thing.
Again, Iowa scored 3 times in the game and have not been able to put up a 0 after any of the times.
Bases will stay loaded for Lippy, and Coach Obermueller will go out and talk with Joe.
What I think worse is there's still nobody out, so you still have a pretty healthy mountain to climb here. Or to descend, I guess, whichever direction you're going. It's a long way to go.
I mean, if Joe gives up a hit or two here, this outing's going to be pretty short for him. You don't want to burn him in a situation like this. Probably need him later in the weekend if Iowa's going to be in a spot to win a game or two against Minnesota.
Minnesota now will call timeout. Yeah, to your point exactly. Yeah, I mean, the whole reason you brought him into this part was you brought him into a leverage spot because you wanted to keep the game at 7-4. If it gets very far sideways out of that, then you might as well take him out and then see if you can get to Sunday. But let's just get the outs and we won't have to worry about it.
Iowa pitching has walked 10 Gophers today.
God, that's just, I believe that's the first hit by pitch. So, but 11 free bases, and the error didn't hurt because that was off of the stolen base. But yeah, it's plagued Iowa pitching all year, and that just can't happen on a Friday.
First pitch to Lippy from Husak is outside. No walks for Iowa hitters today. Do have a hit by pitch. Minnesota's committed an error, so a couple of free bases, but too much to overcome today. 1-0. Hit on the ground to first. Wolf fields it, throws it home. Geffrey is there for the out. Nice play by Wolf to Geffrey. Bases will be loaded still for Minnesota, but got a key out at home plate.
I mean, to your point, Hackett's outing is going to be an inning and 2/3, gave up no hits, and then it's a matter of how many runs does he end up giving up now. He's charged for 1 already, but again, on no hits.
Loaded up for Sutherland and 1 out. Corner still in for the Hawks. Husak's first pitch to him. Line sharply foul out of play to left field.
Yeah, somehow you could get out of this 4-6-3. You give yourself a chance to still win the game.
Mm-hmm. Likely to see Minnesota's bullpen in the 8th. The 0-1. Fouled off the foot of Sutherland. Husak has not shied away from throwing the slider in on the lefties. Unfortunately, he hit Hamilton, and that one was headed to hit Sutherland, but he swung at it. And he's taken a minute to recover.
Home plate umpire Mike Fichter helping him out here to dust off the plate that has no dust on it.
Had that happen to us a couple times at Bradley on Tuesday. I made a very similar comment, John. So there's no need to wipe that off, but the common courtesy, I suppose. 0-2 on Sutherland. Husak's in the driver's seat with the bases loaded and 1 out. Big pitch here. And it's lined into center. Back goes Risley. This is deep enough to score a run as Risley makes the catch. And Niels comes down to score. It's 9-4 Gophers now with 2 outs.
Can you elevate it? You elevate an 0-2 pitch, and hitter can elevate it, and didn't get the base hit that time, but obviously could see it well enough to drive it well out into center field.
First and second for the Gophers, and Martin up. Iowa down again by 5. Third time today that we've said that. And to John's point from earlier, anytime Iowa's scored, the Gophers have answered back.
And funny enough, every time Iowa has scored, the Gophers have answered with the same number of runs.
Getting 2 back in the 8th. Oh, one from Husak is inside on the belt, 1-1. Minnesota's played a pretty good game today. Iowa's helped them on the offensive side of things. Pickoff move to second is a close play. Hamilton is back.
Well, again, Minnesota shows big jumps, and by jumps I mean leaps. They're jumping off the bag around, trying to get into the pitcher's head. You've heard the dugout chirping a lot.
1-1 from Husak, hit on the ground to third. Swales gloves it, throws it across the diamond for the third out, and that'll do it for the 8th. 2 more for Minnesota, 9-4. The Hawks have 6 outs to work with. Try to come back in this one. We're back after this. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
Can you think of anything that costs the same today as it did 10 years ago? There isn't much. That is, unless you're a Mid-American Energy customer. Thanks to all the renewable energy we're generating, our customers pay nearly the same rate for electricity today as they did back when we were all singing, "Call Me Maybe." And with Mid-American making even more investments in clean energy, you can count on enjoying those same affordable rates for the next decade. Now that's obsessively, relentlessly at your service.
You're a Hawkeye. You named your dog Kinnick and your cat Herky. Your morning alarm is back in black. Yep. You're a Hawkeye. And now it pays to be a Hawkeye with a Hawkeye account from Community Choice Credit Union. Low fees and great perks, plus Iowa exclusives like your choice of a Hawkeye-powered Visa debit card, Iowa merchandise, and exclusive giveaways. You've spent more time at Finkbine than you have at your office, so we know you're a Hawkeye. Now make it pay with a Hawkeye account from Community Choice. Learn more at HawkeyeAccount.com.
Sean Leo, John Evans back here at Banks Field. Minnesota with 2 in the top of the 8th regained their 9-4 lead. The new Minnesota pitcher will be Joe Sperry, one of their bullpen aces. 2-2 on the season. He's had 13 appearances, a 2.31 ERA, 23 1/3 innings, 20 hits, 7 runs. 6 of those are earned. He's walked 5 and struck out 29. Fastball will get up around 90. He'll throw a curveball, he'll throw a slider, he'll throw a change. Iowa will have to get him off the edges and do a good job of getting him into the middle of the plate to do some damage. Before we get to the bottom of the 8th inning, let's pause 10 seconds for station identification. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield. So again, it's Sperry finishes his warm-up pitches.
You a little surprised they went to Sperry up by 5?
Not really. Once you had him up, I mean, you almost have to because you kind of burnt him anyway, and so now you might as well go ahead and maybe you only throw him an inning depending on what happens, and kind of do the same thing we talked about with Husak for Iowa. But
when you lay it out that way, that does make a lot of sense. He's already up and going.
So yeah, you let him get the inning. Obviously, with 13 appearances, Minnesota has 3 guys with 13 appearances on their staff. So you're going to see them in some combination. 13 appearances in 28 games. So
Risley to lead it off against Sperry. Herky-jerky motion out of this guy. And he misfired away from Risley, ball 1.
Yeah. Fastball worked back in toward right-handed hitters.
1-0 is across. Strike, 1-1.
That slider's got just a big sweeping action to it. Not the Hackett 12-6 curveball, but more of a 9-3 action.
1-1, low and away. Move this game up today to avoid the storms, and are coming through eastern Iowa later today. It's just really hard for me to envision a storm rolling through this area. It is freezing cold As Risley takes an inside strike, 2-2.
Yeah, that's.
Oof.
We were talking about it before the game. You know, if we don't get to 65 or 70 degrees, it'll just be, you know, the air won't heat up, and we won't get. Maybe we won't get some of that really bad stuff.
It'll be really cold tomorrow too. 2-2. Risley lines right to the third baseman. Hamilton caught it.
Yeah, Sperry just 5 walks. So again, a guy that's going to be around the plate. You're going to need.
There's some. Go ahead, John.
Well, I was just saying, you're just going to want to get him off the edges.
I always think of that when I see low walk numbers. I do look at the strikeout numbers that go with that, of course. But usually it means, all right, you're seeing a lot of strikes. Now you assume that Big Ten college pitchers have a good mix. But, man, you're getting a lot of strikes. You know that you're going to have pitches to hit, at least to put good swings on, would be a basic assumption. Well, Iowa has not been able to barrel much up today, and Selvig was outstanding.
But the point becomes, are you driving it down the middle of the road, or are you throwing strikes that are you know, painting the black of the plate? And obviously when you've got 29 strikeouts and 5 walks, you're getting to the edges of the plates a lot.
And within the zone, you don't miss very often when you're working the edges. 1-1 on Narrett is outside.
I mean, he has given up 20 hits, so again, he's going to get in the plate, and you're going to get a chance to hit. But opponent's hitting 230 against him, so you get good movement, or maybe you get some funky movement, like you just kind of described the delivery.
Narrett sends one up the middle. Spanier behind second base is there, and the throw to first is in time to get Joey. Second out of the inning.
So, I mean, yeah, just not great contact there again, and able to track over and make the play. Unfortunately, Iowa's response to Minnesota's 2 runs is quiet so far.
Geffrey up for Iowa, 2 outs and the base is clear. Slider outside for ball 1. Yeah, this has just been pretty disappointing outcome. At least that's where it's trending. The Hawks have had a little bit of a homestand here. UCLA is a much different story, of course, as the 1-0 is on the outside edge for a strike, 1-1. But a really tough start to the series today, trailing Minnesota 9-4 in the bottom of the 8th. Righty on righty matchup as Sperry delivers the 1-1. Inside, ball 2.
Minnesota looking to snap a 5-game losing streak. Iowa's won 5 straight in this series.
Two-1, hit in the air, foul. A lot of respect by Coach Heller for the Minnesota program, especially with long history with their previous head coach. Coach Heller 22-10 against Minnesota as Iowa's skipper, 13-2 since 21, but very leery of the Gophers having one of their best teams in several years this year.
Yeah, that was what Coach Sutherland told me in the dugout before. Felt like their record in the Big Ten really hasn't indicative as much of who they played, that maybe last week, or who they are as a team. Maybe last weekend's sweep was more of a fluke than what they really are.
2 balls and 2 strikes on Geffrey, who's fouled off a couple now. Next pitch, low and in. Boy, close.
Had a lot of Minnesota fielders walking toward the dugout.
Field was tilted, wasn't it?
It was tilted.
Full count. Sperry winds and brings home the pitch. Geffrey got under it and fouled it back. Payoff pitch to Geffrey. Hit on the ground, right side. A roller is through into right field for a base hit. 2-out single for Carter. Back-to-back hits for him.
It's a great at-bat for Carter. Fouled off some really good pitches. And, as you mentioned, as you were talking about it, pitcher's going to be around the plate. And so he fouled off some really good pitches and didn't hit that one hard, but good shift buster there with everybody kind of peeled around the other way to pull. He fought that one off and pushed it through the right side.
That's what we've seen Iowa historically do. Grind out at bats like that until they get one to drive or to put in play. Schulte, the hitter for Iowa, 2 for 3 today. Single and a home run.
Actually 2 for 2. You'll give him a sacrifice on the other one.
I suppose. Good correction there. I didn't even write it down because I wrote down I left the sack out.
Didn't want the sacrifice. Didn't need the sacrifice there. But it turns out it worked out okay. But
time called by Minnesota. No staff member coming out of the dugout. This is catcher, shortstop, pitcher meeting of the minds.
They do have really testing my eyesight there.
You trying to get a number, John?
I did.
Oh, man, I don't even think I can get a number.
Might have been Kirchhoff. 43, maybe? It's a big ask for me to see that far.
I'm not even trying. That's effort out of you. I think we'd love to see another arm.
But I think more to the point then of making sure that if this lead stays the same, they're going to be more of
down the list a little bit.
Making sure this guy can go on Sunday again. And he hasn't been exceptionally sharp yet.
Right.
So all the more reason if you're Minnesota to go ahead and get him back on the bench, bring him back out another day, and see if you can go win it with somebody else.
3 balls and no strikes on Schulte with 2 outs. Sperry pitches. There's a strike. Iowa at risk of falling to 16-12 and 3-7 in the Big Ten if a late game comeback doesn't come through. Down by 5. Just a few outs to work with. 3-1 to Cooper. Hit well to center field. But tracking it well is Richter. He makes the play.
Golly, that is 108 off the bat again. Just no luck at all there.
Through 8 in Iowa City, 9-4 Gophers. Back after this. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
Whether they roll the dough or pour the joe, bake the bread or greet instead, your team goes the extra mile, and they deserve healthy eyes and a healthy smile. For plans that cover businesses of all sizes, Delta Dental customizes. With employer costs as low as $0, you can offer benefits and be a hero. Affordable coverage is a click away. Visit deltadentalia.com today.
Hey everyone, David Kahn here. It's time to play ball. The 2026 season is upon us, and the best way to get in the game is by listening to College Sports Now's official baseball podcast, Dugouts, Dumbbells, and Dingers. Each week, we'll have exclusive interviews with players and coaches that take you inside the locker room as we unpack the top stories of teams all across the country. We're delivering our best fastball, so step into the batter's box and tee us up. Available wherever you podcast on the College Sports Now feed or on YouTube. Just search Dugouts, Dumbbells, and Dingers.
As we enter the 9th inning, Brolin Frost will be the new Hawkeye pitcher, left-handed freshman from Waterford, Wisconsin. Frost into the game with Minnesota on top 9-4.
8 appearances on the year, 8 2/3 innings, 9 hits, 6 runs, 5 of those are earned, 3 walks, 7 strikeouts. Opponents hitting .257. And I think that's kind of exactly what we were talking about. You go ahead and take Joe out. We'll probably give you an opportunity to pitch Joe again on maybe not tomorrow, but you'll get a chance to pitch him on Sunday then if you get into a leverage spot there. And again, you're not conceding this game. You're going to depend on somebody else to get 3 outs.
Deficit is 5 for Iowa. Frost has been good for the Hawks. freshman arms. And it'll be 7-8-9. It'll be 8-9-1. Allen, Bello, Spanier.
All right, put your meteorological hat on.
Okay. I got one of those.
We playing tomorrow at 2 o'clock?
I don't know. It does not look great tomorrow temperature-wise. I think we're dry the rest of the weekend, right? But, man, tomorrow, I mean, we're talking wind chill of low 30s.
Yeah, sadly, are you telling me today's the warmest day of the weekend?
I think Sunday has a shot by a couple of degrees.
Okay, good.
It won't be much. Frost has done a nice job to get ahead of Allen 0-2. I think that Sunday we'll see the sun. I thought we were supposed to see a little bit more of the sun today, but Sunday we'll see the sun. Not as windy.
Because we're 56, feels like 46.
Yeah, I buy that. I'm freezing. Frost 0-2 is swung on and missed. Allen down on strikes. Nicely done by Frost. I just about left the house today without a coat, and I was going to go in just my Iowa sweatshirt that I've got on. That would have been a grave mistake. I think you would have done a few innings while I drove home to get a coat.
I was only happy enough that I put on an extra layer when I went home.
I still don't think I'm prepared enough.
I did not.
I could have used another layer.
I did not put on long johns, and I questioned that. So I'm standing up now doing the game because I was cold sitting in the chair.
Yeah.
I felt like whole body was starting to cramp up.
Yeah, my back hurts from shivering. 2-0 on Bello. And Frost delivers. Strike at the bottom of the zone.
Reasonable crowd for the 3-hour move up and what the weather was, and then boy, just to go ahead and leak rain on them just right before we got started was great. It spit rain a couple times as the game's gone on.
Good pitch, change up, down and away, swung on and missed, 2-2. Yeah, you get them wet right before the game and then freeze them out.
Yeah, then blow the wind on them just to say hi.
Yeah, cruel. I don't know how I'm going to make it through tomorrow because I've got more layers coming. 2-2 from Frost. Dropped low, 3-2. I lost my hands. My hands have been gone since the 5th inning. Can't feel my thumbs.
Fortunately, you don't need them for anything.
Yeah, right. Don't text or call me. I can't touch my phone. Full count. Frost ready. And from the windup, he delivers. Strike 3. Inside corner, he got Bello. Back-to-back strikeouts for Brolin.
Bello was about to strip all his stuff off. You just keep right on carrying that back, and you can strip it off in the dugout.
He had a little bit of a conversation there with Mike Fichter. 9-4 Gophers in the 9th. Frost will face Spanier. First pitch strike with the fastball.
Really simple equation today for Iowa. Don't walk Spanier. He's going to score if you do.
3 walks, 3 runs scored. Bounced on its way to the plate, 1-1. Double TBD the rest of the weekend for Iowa, starting pitching-wise.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, Logan didn't have a great outing on last Saturday against UCLA. Came back and threw decently enough Tuesday, but just kind of wonder what that looks like. And as we've talked about, that's kind of been the struggle for Iowa, is knowing who's going to get the ball and trusting them to do the job.
Here's a line drive into left center for a base hit. Spanier quickly around first, making the turn and heading for second. He'll have a 2-out double. Yeah, it's the first time that Iowa has gone with TBD on Saturday and Sunday. Been really doing it on Sundays. And not out of gamesmanship, like we see some people do to us.
Yeah, I think if Coach knows, and you tell him who you're pitching, he will happily tell you who he's pitching.
Yep.
And I think right now, Coach just doesn't know right now, and that's as we get to the back half of the Big Ten and you start trying to make your way to the Big Ten tournament, somebody on the offensive side and somebody on the defensive side has to step up and say, you know what, I'm going to lead us there. Let's go. Somebody, you guys all follow along. Here we go.
Richter up for the Gophers. Lefty on lefty matchup here. And Brolin has overthrown a couple of pitches here, 2-0. I think that's a really good point. Somebody be a leader. Take command. Take control. I'm trying to be careful I don't want to say that there aren't leaders on the team, but hey, follow my lead. A little bit of a difference. Here's a ground ball to Wolf at first. Caleb will win the race to the bag and retire the side. Pretty good outing there for Brolin Frost. Couple of strikeouts for him. He gave up a double, but that was it. And he throws up a 0 as we'll go to the bottom of the 9th. Last chance for the Hawks. Iowa down 9-4. We're back after this. The Hawkeye Radio Network from Learfield.
If you or someone you know is having thoughts of suicide, experiencing a mental health or substance use crisis, or just needs someone to listen, 988 provides a direct connection to free, confidential, and compassionate support. When you call, text, or chat 988, you'll be quickly connected to trained crisis counselors who will listen to your concerns, provide support, and connect you to additional resources if needed. There is hope. You are not alone. For 24/7 support, call or text 988 or chat 988lifeline.org.
Save time when you shop online with Hy-Vee. Hy-Vee makes it easy to order groceries online through our app or Hy-Vee.com. Pickup is always free. And if you have a Perks Plus membership, you get free delivery and free express pickup. Shop online with Hy-Vee and you can create and save grocery lists, shop the sales, and get fuel savers. Talk about convenient. Order groceries online today. Check out Hy-Vee.com or download the Hy-Vee app.
Bottom of the 9th inning. And Iowa will come to the plate down by 5. Be one heck of a comeback. Well, we're going to give it a shot. Let's see. I don't know. Strohmeyer will lead it off for the Hawks. The Gophers are going to go with Sperry still.
Community Choice scoreboard. Purdue finished off Illinois 6-1. Michigan 1-0 over Oregon, top of 4. Top of 6, Michigan State, Northwestern, a bunch of zeros.
I wouldn't mind one of those. I don't really like 9-4 games on a Friday unless it's our way. It's not going our way today.
Let's see if we can get it to 10-9 here.
Let's do it. Here's Kellen Strohmeyer to lead it off. First pitch to Stroh. Letter high, ball 1.
Older daughter's birthday tomorrow.
Ooh. Wonderful.
In case just in case we don't play tomorrow.
So that's why we need to know. Yeah, we need to know if we're playing tomorrow. I get you.
Just in case we don't play tomorrow, I'll give her the shout out. Happy birthday, Peyton.
2-1 on Strohmeyer.
Early birthday. I'll get her tomorrow if we actually are here.
Yeah. 2:00 game. Be any celebration afterwards?
My guess is she's celebrating with friends.
Okay. Foul ball by Strohmeyer, 2-2.
It was probably 12, 15 years ago that she graduated from celebrating with parents.
2-2 to Strohmeyer is chopped up the middle. Long run by Martin. He backhands it. The throw to first is not in time. Strohmeyer too quick. Where are we at for your birthday, John? April, what do we got? Remind me?
No, May.
Oh, May. Shoot, I'm sorry. I thought we were April.
No, you're in Nebraska.
Are we? I feel like we're always at Nebraska with you. There's always something to do with Nebraska. Leadoff single for Strohmeyer in the 9th. Here's Ben Swales. First pitch outside for a ball. I'm bad with birthdays. You give me some slack there?
Oh, of course.
Ball, no strikes on Swales. First at bat of the game for Ben. He takes on the outer edge for a strike.
You get to be my age, you stop really counting birthdays, so it doesn't matter too much.
9-4 Gophers, bottom 9. 1-1. Swales bunting, first base side, and it will ride the line for a moment and then kick foul.
Boy, that was close. I like the idea, though, again. I mean,
Ben's got speed and, make Minnesota make a play.
well, and they're deep, and, I mean, you've got an opportunity. We've seen the opportunity with a couple other Iowa hitters and just haven't tried it.
1-2 now on Swales. Sperry ready from the first base side of the rubber, kicks and fires. Inside, how did that hit him? Oh, man. Late break, almost caught him. It's inside for a ball.
I thought he was going to get the perfect hit by pitch. It was just going to kind of graze the sleeve and call it good.
Couldn't even get that to go our way today, huh? 2-2. Swales sends right back up the middle. Backhand diving stop by Martin at second. He flipped it to Spanier, covering the bag for the force out. Heck of a play.
Yeah, he didn't barrel it, and so thought he had a shot to still sneak it through there. They were kind of pinching the middle with the runner at first, and unfortunately that's, again, kind of backfires against Iowa.
I thought that one was through. But to your point, not the greatest connection on it.
I think it may have hit the upslope of the pitcher's mound too, which then took some of the juice off of it. You get the backside, and you get a little jump on it.
Kyle Olivo is the pinch hitter for Iowa. Batting in the 9 spot now, filling in for Jalen Ziegler. He fouls off the first one that he sees. Olivo had a home run against Bradley on Tuesday.
6 of 13 on the year.
Breaking ball, good one from Sperry, nothing in 2. Likely see Olivo, hard telling now. Sometime this weekend on the mound, we'll see him.
Would likely get the ball on Saturday or Sunday, very possibly to start. Oof, what a great pitch there.
Just missed low and away. He's got Kyle almost bailing out of there on that spinner.
Got worse. Swales was going to take it in the shirt. Olivo's trying to get out of the road.
Counts 1-2 now. Swales at first with one away. The pitch. Swing and a miss. I think Sperry could sense the blood in the water there on the slider against Olivo.
Yeah, I think Kyle even knew that one was coming and still couldn't hold in there and stick with it.
Top of the order, Gable Mitchell's up. Last chance for the Hawks.
That's kind of an interesting idea, too. If you're Kyle, I mean, you know how you'd attack hitters, so you've got to have some idea of how they're going to attack you.
Mitchell in the box with a couple of hits, a double and a home run.
Good. Now the wind's going to start to blow. This will be great here in a little bit.
Yeah, right in our face. 2 outs in the 9th. Iowa down by 5. 1-0 to Gable. That's over for strike 1.
And we got a 3-hour and 15-minute game going so far?
Yes.
Again, no cold day, no pitchers duels to get 2-hour and 30-minute game.
Yeah, north of 3 is tough for a Friday game. Here's a fly ball to left. This should do it, and it will. As Lippy makes the catch, and the Gophers win the opener 9-4. Just felt like a game, honestly, that Iowa was never in from the start.
No, 3 quick runs in the first for Minnesota, and Iowa just never had any sort of sustained response to make the comeback.
All right, we'll take a break. We'll begin post-game coverage after this on the Hawkeye Radio Network from Learfield.
Hey fans, I know you'd do anything for a win on game day and an ice-cold Bud Light. Because whether you're tailgating in the parking lot or parked on the couch, sitting on your lucky stool at the bar, or standing in the fans section all game long, the clean, crisp taste of Bud Light turns a win into a win-win. And there's nothing easier to enjoy than that. Bud Light. Easy to drink, easy to enjoy. Enjoy responsibly. Anheuser-Busch Bud Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
You're a Hawkeye. You named your dog Kinnick and your cat Herky. Your morning alarm is back in black. Yep, you're a Hawkeye. And now it pays to be a Hawkeye with a Hawkeye account from Community Choice Credit Union. Low fees and great perks. Plus Iowa exclusives like your choice of a Hawkeye-powered Visa debit card, Iowa merchandise, and exclusive giveaways. You've spent more time at Finkbine than you have at your office, so we know you're a Hawkeye. Now make it pay with a Hawkeye account from Community Choice. Learn more at HawkeyeAccount.com.
9-4, Minnesota with the win over Iowa today to take the lead in the series. Iowa will have to bounce back tomorrow at 2 o'clock against the Golden Gophers to try to even things up. Fridays have been really difficult for Iowa this season. They've only picked up 2 wins to open a weekend. Iowa's been playing on the back foot from a disadvantageous position pretty much every weekend this year. They've done a nice job, though, getting back on Saturdays and Sundays for the most part, and we'll have to do that against Minnesota tomorrow, 2 o'clock, first pitch against the Golden Gophers. 1:30, our pregame coverage will begin. John Evans, your analysis of this defeat today.
Boy, you can't give up 11 free bases for one, and we were looking at the some of the advanced stats there during the commercial, and boy, I hate to say it, it could have been worse.
Yeah.
You look at it, Minnesota was 1 for 10 with 2 outs and 3 for 16 with runners in scoring position. They had 16 opportunities. Iowa was 1 for 4 with runners in scoring position. It was just no opportunities. Cole Selvig was outstanding, and Iowa just couldn't give themselves enough chances.
Selvig went 7 for the Gophers, gave up 7 hits, 2 runs, 2 earned runs, 4 total, 8 strikeouts, no walks. Iowa did not walk once today.
No, the one hit by pitch was it, and unfortunately it was in Delgado's hand again.
Jaron Bleeker got the start and the loss for the Hawkeyes today. 2 innings, 5 hits, 5 runs, 2 walks, and a strikeout. 9 runs, 9 hits, 1 error for for Minnesota, rather. I wish it was Iowa. 4 runs, 9 hits, 1 error for the Hawks. All right, we'll take a break. When we come back, we'll talk with Associate Head Coach Marty Sutherland on our postgame show from Banks. Back after this. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
You asked for all the extreme internet performance at an all-in price, and we listened. Get 1 gig internet with a 2-year price lock and everything included. Unlimited data for non-stop streaming, powerful Wi-Fi for enhanced coverage, built-in online threat protection, and internet equipment. All for just $65 a month for 2 years. It's the extreme 1 gig internet deal you asked for. Call 844-4FASTER or visit extreme.com for details. Offer available to new customers only. Price doesn't include one-time charges, tax, and government fees.
Hey fans, I know you'd do anything for a win on game day and an ice-cold Bud Light. Because whether you're tailgating in the parking lot or parked on the couch, sitting on your lucky stool at the bar, or standing in the fans section all game long, the clean, crisp taste of Bud Light turns a win into a win-win. And there's nothing easier to enjoy than that. Bud Light. Easy to drink, easy to enjoy. Enjoy responsibly. Anheuser-Busch Bud Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
9-4, Minnesota beats Iowa in the series opener. Today we're joined by Associate Head Coach Marty Sutherland. Coach, the free bases, we talked about them before the game, and they bit us pretty good today.
Yeah, I mean, there's basically been a formula for 150 years in baseball on how you're successful, and unfortunately we just find ourselves on the side of just doing too many things that put yourself in pretty difficult places to win, and we get them off to a good start. They were struggling a little bit. We walked a leadoff hitter, and then from there, it just doesn't go well. And, to their credit, out of the 9 or 10 hits they had, I think there were 7 or 8, extra base hits, so they did some damage. But it's just the traffic. It's just 10 walks, another hit by pitch, and just not able to put up the couple times we did score runs. We gave runs right back to that next inning. We didn't have a shutdown inning after those. And obviously a hit away from making it really interesting there in the 7th. But then we go back out and give up the 2. Just unfortunately, it's 2 walks. It's 3 walks and a hit by pitch, and it's just kind of these same things that, specifically on Friday, when you're up against their best guy, you're going to make life pretty hard.
We've noticed, Friday's been tough to pick up wins this season for us, and I think just looking at things maybe has to do with replacing the starting pitching from last year, and you look over to the other team, they've got an ace or a returning Friday guy, and we're not in a spot to have that right now, and that makes Fridays kind of tough.
No, and I think if you look back in our 13 years here, we've been pretty dang good on Friday nights because we've always had a guy that is kind of the no doubt Friday guy in those situations, and that's been the struggle. It's just the inconsistencies on the mound as starters. Jaron will give you a good one and then has a day like today where it's just uphill the whole time, and it's just really hard to play that way because you just never know what you're going to get. And, they're fighting and doing all those types of things, but we just do too many things at such a high, inconsistent level on the mound that, you just make it really hard on your offense and everything. And we got to be better offensively. It's not all on them either. Just 4 runs. And I didn't think our at-bats were great, outside of a handful of guys, especially the first half of that game or the first 6 innings. But, it's just we got to find some level ground here on the mound, with forcing the other team to beat us, or else this is what you get. Again, it goes back to the game has not changed ever. If the 27 outs by themselves are really difficult to come by, if you are giving them 35 to 40, potential, situations where you're not able to get an out, it's just a hard life to live. And the story really of the game, if you think about it, specifically the first 5 innings, were 0-2, 1-2 there all day long and then lose them. Yeah. Whether we don't execute, we leave something over the middle of the plate, give up a hit, or we end up walking them. And that failure to put guys away, was really hurting us early. And, it's the fact that it's either we miss in the middle or it's non-competitive and you don't make them sweat. And, to credit, flip it on their guy, and we didn't get a 3-ball count until the 7th inning. Carter had 2 of them. His last 2 at-bats were the only ones the whole game. And, that's a credit to him. Now, I didn't think we did a great job holding the zone and pressuring him that much offensively. Just too many easy innings, and a lack of hard contact and just a lack of staying disciplined. But that's the difference. If you're ahead a bunch, you get those types of things traditionally, but for whatever reason, we just had a real hard time finishing. And, I was talking to Wes, I feel like if we had 14 0-2, 1-2 counts, I feel like 10 of them ended up on base. And that's the thing that's crazy. Well, you have it written down.
It actually is. There was one point we wrote it down. We had 16 2-strike counts, and we only had 6 outs out of that. So you're right. It was 10.
It's just a really, really hard life to live. So, there's no midseason trades. There's no free agents to pick up. It's not the way it works. It's it's got to come from that dugout, and we'll keep fighting. And we got good kids, all those types of things. But sooner or later, somebody needs to step up and stop it. And we just haven't been able to do that consistently, week in, week out. So until that happens, you're just going to be living this roller coaster life, which is no fun for anybody.
Yeah, I'm not a fan of roller coasters, Coach.
No.
We were talking about it on the air, especially with getting some games at home here. Now I know UCLA. That's one heck of a team. I get that. I'm really looking forward to playing Minnesota though at home. A series that it's a big series. It's a winnable series for us, and it still is. But just really tough sledding today. I was a little bit surprised by that.
Well, one, it's a challenge. They've started the same three guys the whole weekend, every weekend, and that's some of the consistency we've lacked. And it's a heck of a lot better showing up to the park when you kind of know what you're getting out of those spots. So we know that's the strength of their team. So that makes it a little bit difficult offensively. But it was too easy early, and even look back to, I think it was maybe like the 5th or 6th inning, and we just hadn't got anything going. And I think at that point it was 7-2, and we made 2 outs in the first 3 pitches of an inning, and ultimately that's my fault because I'm not making them take or do some of that stuff. But those are the frustrations, and it all comes from a place of just wanting to do well and a little bit of pressing. But late in that game, we started forcing them to take a few more pitches. We had way better at bats in the 7th, 8th, and 9th inning. And it's just a little bit of a lesson to guys. Like you got to let the game happen a little bit instead of just trying so hard to be the guy that does something. It's you talk about this sense of urgency, but it's a really hard thing to kind of put it's not tangible. It's just one of those things that you gotta keep playing, but you also got to allow the game to come to you to get in some of those really good counts and get better pitches to hit. But he was at, I think going into the 7th, he was only at 75 pitches. Mm-hmm. And it's just that's not how the offense is built here. Our offense is built on leaning and grinding, and we just didn't do a good enough job holding the zone a lot early, which led to some really easy innings. We didn't get leadoff runners on. It's just a really hard game to play. And there were some bright spots. Miles' last 2 at-bats were way better. Gable had a nice day. Cooper was on the barrel all day long. Carter had some good at-bats. But we just have to extend the lineup a little bit more than that. And just, again, it's not necessarily that, we need to have 20 hits every game. It's just the quality of the at-bats and sticking to what we're really good at. We've just kind of gotten away from that, at least at a consistent level. We've seen flashes, but at the same time, it's just not the consistency we need. And again, it's kind of everywhere. That's what happens when, and I don't want to put it all on the pitching because it's everybody.
Right.
But when you are inconsistent on the mound, in every scenario, if somebody went up to you and said, "Hey, you can be good at one thing," we'd all say we want to be able to pitch.
Yep.
because that is the easiest way to prevent runs. It's the easiest way to not put pressure on other areas, and we're just lacking consistency there, which then creates inconsistency everywhere. And again, I'm not saying that we are not doing things that we need to improve upon offensively. It's just a bad formula. Mm-hmm. And until we get that to a point where we're not giving up, I think that's like maybe 4 or 5 straight games that we've given up 11, 12 plus free bases. It's just you're not winning games that way. Not unless, you have the 27 Yankees here and you got Garrett Ruth and all those guys sitting in the middle of your lineup. Like it's just not a winnable formula. So we just have to get back to figuring out how to do the things right that we know will lead to winning. There's plenty of season left. It's not dire in that regard. It's just dire in the regard that we have to own up to this, acknowledge that we need to work at this a little bit harder and put ourselves in a little bit better position to come out on the right end.
Another chance in less than 24 hours. Going to be a cold one tomorrow, Coach.
Going to be brutal against a really good arm. Not a fun arm to throw, to face when it's cold, but that's the way it goes. Somebody's just going to have to buck up and figure out a way to get runners on and move the baseball.
Sounds good, Coach. Thanks for coming
Thanks, John.
Associate Head Coach Marty Sutherland on our post-game show from Banks. A few highlights to play from this one. Let's hear them now. 1-1. Gable hits in the air to left field. Back goes Lippy. Still running back. He's at the track. He's at the wall, and it's gone. Gable Mitchell. Solo shot. It did get out of here to left. It's a home run for Gable. Schulte hits one high to left. Back goes Lippy. Still running. Track, wall, and it is gone. Moonshot home run for Cooper Schulte to lead off Iowa's 5th, and it's 6-2. 1-2. Gable lines into left field, into the gap, and it's down for a base hit. Geffrey scores. Here comes Strohmeyer. He scores. It's a double to left center, and the Hawks are within 3. It's 7-4. Couldn't get that next big hit, though, in that 7th inning, and the Hawkeyes left a couple in scoring position, ultimately losing the opener to the Gophers 9-4. We're back here tomorrow, 2 o'clock first pitch, 1:30 live on the Hawkeye Radio Network as Iowa will try to even up the series against Minnesota. All right, that'll do it for our coverage of Iowa Hawkeye baseball today. For my board op, Michael, excellent job as always, Michael. Great to work with you again. My color analyst, John Evans. I'm John Leo saying so long from Iowa City, where Iowa loses the opener 9-4. Every day's a great day to be a Hawkeye. Some are just a little bit better than others. So long, everybody.
Iowa Hawkeye Baseball has been brought to you by Iowa Corn. You might think Iowa just grows corn, but the truth is corn grows Iowa. Brought to you by Iowa's corn farmers of the Iowa Corn Growers Association and the Iowa Corn Promotion Board. Iowa Lottery. Be a VIP with the Iowa Lottery. Visit ialottery.com/VIP for details. Mid-American Energy. Mid-American Energy is proud to deliver affordable, reliable energy to you all season long. U.S. Cellular, the official wireless partner of the Iowa Hawkeyes. U.S. Cellular, built for us. Also brought to you by Wellmark, here for every member, every moment. Learn more at wellmark.com. U.S. Bank, proud to sponsor the Iowa Hawkeyes. Equal housing lender, member FDIC. The preceding has been a Learfield presentation on the Hawkeye Sports Network.